Good day, everyone. Richard here from Hola Prime, and welcome to the Morning Bell. Joining us today, Paul and Howard. How's it going, guys?
Hi there. All good? How you doing?
All good here.
Not too bad, not too bad. Looking forward to today's session. Hopefully get some trades going. Hopefully. I've had a quiet one yesterday, so hopefully a little bit better today. To all our viewers, very warm welcome from our side. And as always, if you've got any questions, please drop them in the chat and we'll be happy to answer them for you. Right, Howard, I believe you taking us away, starting things off. Cool.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day on the currency side. Let's kick it off with some of those ones. Then. Here we go. 1 second. Okay. So So yeah, first of all, we've got we'll kick it off with euro dollar as always. So long term, so on the weekly chart, we've still got this kind of very strong uptrend in play, going way back to end of 2022. We had a first wave up, a second wave down, and then we're kind of in the midst of a third wave advance from this low back in January. So more shorter term, we had a corrective pullback from 115.73 or so over a 4-week period. And that based out at 110.65. From that point, we've seen a nice bounce last week, so quite a strong up candle last week, which really kind of confirmed the low for the corrective pullback. And this week so far, we've seen quite a lot of. It's been pretty choppy this week. An early push higher in continuation, and quite a deep retracement back going into this morning's low, and now a very strong rebound. So it looks like it may well have made its low for a minor correction within this this rally. So let's move into the daily. So I was looking for this kind of zone here, 112, 112.65 to contain the move, and we've had the kind of that push into the zone. So 2 pretty strong down days. And today now we're getting what looks to be the bullish engulfing candlestick, which kind of confirms the corrective low. So from my perspective, I was waiting for this thing to do its base. I think I'll come in hopefully tomorrow morning and look behind and say we've got our confirmed low, and then tomorrow will be the day that I buy the pullback, looking for this big move higher. So it looks to me like we've formed that corrective low in pretty much the right area, although it was a little bit difficult taking a long position this morning because it was pretty. It came off really hard in the Asian session. We can just imagine what would happen here. So yesterday we had FOMC, and it was quite a weak session yesterday, going into and then coming out of FOMC. And then we got a good bout of selling in the Asian session this morning. So kind of almost like a panic sell-off. And since that point, we've been trending higher. So for me, I'm going to wait, as I say, I'm going to wait for the pullback, maybe into tomorrow. Perhaps the 113, 113.20 might be a good location to have a crack at the long side. We've got a bit of a pivotal level here around 113, which it blasted through just over the last hour or so. So big blast through, struggling up near the top. So it's natural, I think, to see a bit of a correction going into tomorrow. So that's really how that one's shaping up for me. So nothing really to do on that one for now. On sterling dollar cable, a similar kind of idea where long term we've got a major low back in 2022, first wave up. Correction, ABC down for wave 2, and then obviously since the start of the year, we are trending higher in what appears to be an unfolding third wave, which should take us much higher on cable. So really negative dollar outlook for me. For those that haven't been kind of following my view on the dollar over the last few weeks and months, so a very negative view for the dollar. And strong for cable. On to the kind of more shorter term. So within the midst of this this third wave, last week we had that really powerful, strong weekly candle which busted through big levels on the upside. So we had these kind of upper shadows on the weekly candles, which contained the rally, which coincided with the previous swing high here, and we broke through it and closed above it. So that is a real strong continuation signal, in my opinion, for the trend to continue. So this week so far, obviously, as I say, it's been quite volatile, the dollar. We saw a bit of early strength start the week, and then obviously that kind of pullback, and now we've seen a nice bounce from this old kind of swing high, 134.40, which was an area of interest, I would say. I'm just looking at the daily, in a similar vein to the euro dollar one, not a million miles away from 112.65 or so. We had that that area. It's a previous fourth wave within this kind of 5-wave rally. So the market has come back into that previous fourth, and now it looks like we're doing a bullish piercing pattern, maybe an engulfing by the end of the day. We'll see how that goes. So again, same kind of strategy for me with euro dollar. Look to buy it tomorrow on a retracement, should we get that retracement lower. Any thoughts on these charts, guys, that you've seen so far?
I don't disagree.
No, on the sterling there, I think Igor took a nice trade there on that retest of that breakout.
Yeah.
A few days ago. So yeah, it was a very nice trade. Classic setup, break, retest, and then off you go.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see that that kind of action. But for me, once it's while it's coming down at quite a rate of knots, I like to sort of stay out of it, and then see the proverbial knife hit the sand and then pick it up, kind of thing. So yeah, on the intraday chart, here's that previous fourth wave that I was looking at for the potential base. So it looks like it's done it. So we'll see what kind of reaction that we get from this point. It does look like it's struggling a little bit up here. We've got some resistance at 35.20, so maybe 135, 135.20 is a kind of a minor topping zone before we come back a bit. So again, bias to the long side, waiting for the pullback, most likely tomorrow to join this this new uptrend, or at least a resumption of the major uptrend. On to dollar yen. So dollar yen has come off pretty hard from its corrective high. Big picture wise, we have that topping formation on the weekly chart. So previously a very strong uptrend. We made a major high at 161.95, came back down again to the support within the uptrend, bounced, ABC rally for wave 2, topped out, and then gravitated all the way back down to this very strong support area around 140, the figure. So that's a very strong support, obviously. And a few weeks ago, we had the bullish engulfing at the bottom, just as we did here, and obviously to a large extent there. And that gave you the 1, 2, 3, 2.5, 3 week corrective bounce to the upside, but it's formed a lower high within the downtrend. So it looks to be very top heavy. Last week we got the break lower. This week we've got this, it's quite a powerful recovery this week so far. We've made an outside week, but we haven't really settled above the top of last week's range. So this kind of breakout could be a little false breakout to the upside, and maybe another chance for the sellers to come back in.
Okay.
So again, just looking at the daily. So here's that lower high. So lower high, quite a strong pullback, and again a good 2-day rebound. But it looks like today it's stalled. So we had this kind of two powerful up days. Today, slight new high, and here we are. We're busting through a lot of the support levels on yesterday's candle. So this one is looking like it's again forming a bearish engulfing or dark cloud cover type setup, which should mark the top of this correction. So as with the other two, looking to play the short side on this one, but tomorrow, once we get a pullback, I think after such a day like today, let's assume that we kind of close here. It would be natural to see some kind of reaction, and I guess it's Friday as well tomorrow, so it would be natural to see some kind of upside action to give us the opportunity to sell into it. So that's really what I'm kind of looking for tomorrow. So pretty much the same strategy on all three dollar majors.
And would you then be holding for over the weekend, Howard? Is that
yes.
like a long-term swing trade? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I'd be looking to hold this one for a couple of days. I typically, if I'm not doing a day trade where I'm just looking to do a smash and grab, I'm looking to hold something for maybe 2 days.
Gotcha.
So because the markets, well, what I've noticed is they tend to do these 2-day bursts like this one, 1, 2, then they turn, 1, 2, stop like that, 1, 2, turn. So a lot of my strategies are based upon that momentum breakout, where we get the 2-day thrust in one direction or the other, and then it kind of runs out of steam, and then you wait for the next setup. So that's the dollar majors for now. Just before, I mean, I'll come back to a lot of the other stuff a bit later on, but just to show, I've got a trade on at the moment with, I'm in euro yen at the moment. A little bit underwater on it. It's one of these trades where we got it's a false breakout type of trade where it's been quite good recently. A lot of I've got a system which I'm running which goes for false breakouts. It usually does pretty well. It's done quite well over the last week or so for sure. But this one, it broke out of yesterday's high, yesterday's range, and it snapped back in. So I kind of sold it on the break back into the range, but we've since seen a bit of a bounce, so a little bit underwater on the trade. The stop is around, I think, 164.10. So there's still a bit of room on the upside. It's been up to 164 and it's kind of eased back a little bit. But the idea on this trade again is it's a 2-day swing trade, which should hopefully, should we get the yen strength, take us down into the kind of mid 162s, around 163. So watching that one, and also in a similar vein.
Sorry, Howard, you mentioned about your strategy for avoiding fake outs and traps. Would you mind saying a bit more, because that was quite interesting?
Yeah, just 1 second. So what it does is it identifies a potential setup, a potential trap. This one's actually taking advantage of a trap. So it waits for a breakout of a range, and then once the market snaps back into that range by a certain amount, and according to other conditions that they're all lined up, then it takes a position contrary to the breakout. So
is that an algorithm you're running, Howard?
I'm sorry?
Is that an algo you're running?
Yes. Yeah. I made it. So it gives me some pretty good. Actually, I'll just show that 1 second.
Well, how much do you want for it, Howard?
To you, 20 quid to you.
Oh, it's clearly worth much more than that.
Let me just share my screen. I'll just show you what I'm doing with it. 1 second.
While you do that, we got James. Remember, James was with us for a while. How's it, James? Nice to not see you, but hear from you. And Andre as well. Thanks, Andre.
Hi, guys. Okay, hopefully you should get that.
There we go.
Cool. Okay. So this is actually sterling yen, which looks like it's about. I've got a sell trigger. I think it comes in around 194.80 odd, which is just a little bit below the market. So we may well get that in this session, which would be quite good. It had a pretty good one a couple of days ago where it entered long here, took partial profits here, and took and exited on the time-based exit there. And this one today, it went long. It took some profits, and it's set to actually reverse to short on this one. So let's just have a quick. So there's the euro yen. So it went long this morning, got stopped out at break even on the long side, and now it's taken a short position. Dollar yen had a great one the last couple of days. So
is that running on a 30-minute?
This is on a 30-minute chart, yeah.
Okay.
So, and these are global sessions, these dividers here. So essentially, so you can see what it did 2 days ago. It bought here, partial profit, and held it until the time-based exit here.
Nice.
It kind of missed that final flip up, but that's just the nature of the beast.
You're a man with hidden talents, Howard. I didn't know this.
If only. If only. Cable, sterling dollar, had the awesome one the other day. That was quite a good one. So that one entered long, took partial there, and got out on the time-based exit here, and then the market, subsequently declined, which was quite good. So the time-based exit is quite good because it gets you out in a timely fashion, hopefully, before the momentum pendulum swings in the opposite direction.
Okay.
That's the idea anyway. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Well, I'm seeing profits.
Sorry?
Green lines.
Yeah.
Blue lines. Sorry, that's all that matters.
Green. Yeah, exactly. So that's essentially what I'm working on. So that's the only trade I've got on right now on the algo. But typically it's underwater a little bit because we had quite a strong day on the euro. So I'll stop sharing for the time being, and I'll hand it over to you guys, and we'll come back with some more a bit later.
Cool. So responding to someone in the chat there. James says he's hiding. I'm actually referring to the other James, Arcus FX. I remember his face there. But James, hello to you too. You've been around quite a lot during the morning sessions. Hope you're doing well. And Andre's asking if you can do the dollar index analysis, Howard. Maybe we'll just do that a little bit later.
Yeah, a bit later. I'll come back to that.
You got something to show us, or do you want me to jump in quick?
Go for it. Let's Paul. You're in there, Paul.
You want me to take over? Sure, let's do that. Let's see what's going on with Bitcoin. So I was just catching up with FOMC. It's been a bit of a busy day, just trying to read up on what's going on. Just to find out, there was a lot of the tariffs have been paused as a result of a quarter. Is that right?
Apparently, there's been a court ruling against the tariffs or something.
Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'll need to think about that for a bit, but maybe we can talk about that on Monday when the dust is settled. So can you see my screen okay?
Yep, hundreds.
Right, so this is Bitcoin. This is I say macro, but in my world, this is the macro view. This is Bitcoin 1 hour. I know some of you guys operate on the 5-minute and the 1-minute chart, but we have obviously slight change in the trend, just on the macro, just on the minor trend, and putting in a lower high and a lower low, and we've lost the 200 MA. So we could see some more downside, and we've obviously been talking about over the last few weeks that 100K is kind of the floor, as you can see at the moment. So a move all the way down to here would be perfectly acceptable. There's no issue with that. Bearing in mind, this is all-time highs. This is where we need to be. So we're very close to continuing higher, but this is probably just a natural pullback. So if we zoom out just to get a bit of perspective, and that's not particularly helpful. Here we go. This is the 12-hour chart. So anyone thinking of trading the altcoin market, anyone thinking of trading Bitcoin, not a great position to be in at the moment, but Bitcoin is bullish. We do have a bullish context and it's got a bullish posture. So everything's fine. Nothing to really worry about. But obviously, if you're looking for a long entry, you don't really want to come in up here, right below resistance, basic TA, basic principles of trading. So we've been fast established that this is the ideal retracement zone for Bitcoin. So 100K is the first line in the sand. So if you're thinking of entering a long trade in any of the altcoins we offer here at Hola Prime X and Hola Prime, 100K is the first line in the sand. And the idea would be you wait for Bitcoin to retrace. You've got a setup, which is a long setup with an altcoin, whatever that may be. And then you look for confluence with Bitcoin, you look for confluence with an altcoin long, with maybe he's entering support as well or returning to support as well. And then you would enter here. This is not a great place to enter for altcoin longs, despite I am in an altcoin trade at the moment, because a pullback is quite likely. And this ideal retracement zone is constantly moving up higher and higher due to the fact that the premise of this retracement zone is to do with the proximity of the 1-day 200 MA. This is the 12-hour chart. So this is where we want to pull back to this kind of area, but it hasn't happened yet. But we could continue up from here, as if we established with this chart we were just looking at. This is all-time highs. Bitcoin could very easily just pop its head above and make its way up. But we are now approaching kind of support. So let's have a look at a trade I'm in, and let's see how it is going. If I can remember what the trade was. Here we go. So it's so many. This is CFX. I think there's a little short which covered this entrance on Hola Prime X. So it's essentially a hard support buy, just came in dead on this entry, and we're in a little bit of profit. I'll switch to the exchange in a minute, but we can look at the context a bit more. But you can see we've been eking out. If I just zoom in to a different time frame, I know you guys are very adverse to the higher time frames. I think they make you nervous, right? Just like the 1 minute makes me nervous. So we sit in a obviously we're in an uptrend, and for me, if I've come in at this level, I'm looking for just the trend to be maintained, and we've got a higher high, we've got higher lows consistently. So as long as I've got that, I'm quite happy just seeing it play out. And even though I know Bitcoin has got potentially some downside, as long as Bitcoin maintains, you know, this bullish context, i.e. we don't lose some significant moving averages on the higher time frames, people are going to be just looking for an entrance as opposed to be running scared. So this could very easily, if we zoom out again, this trade could very easily go in the wrong direction. But due to everything I do being about managing risk, even if the price action does break below here, then it's still not going to stop me out. And I've got a few options to maybe navigate out of the trade because of my entrance. So that's still in play, and it's in profit, and that's going great. Obviously a bit slow motion because these are not intraday stuff. But there is another trade I'm looking at, which is Filecoin, Crypto OG. Now, I did miss an entrance on this yesterday. I was waiting for it in the session. You can see here, this would have been perfect. But I'm now looking for another entrance at about here. So if you guys will indulge me, I think I'm just going to put that on now and see if we get a move here. So let's switch on. I've got it all set up. So I'm looking to come in just below where we are at 2703. So this is just here. Now this is essentially where we dipped a little while ago, and I'm looking to come in here. So and my stop is quite tight because anything below here is going to invalidate the bullish context, because this is kind of the local support. So there's no point in me having a stop loss all the way down here or below the last swing low, because that's just too much. It's going to be a tight stop for this one. I don't really do tight stops, but for this one, it's appropriate. So this is a move upwards or no play. So I'm just going to put that on, and maybe later in the session, just double check everything. Good principle, folks. Yeah, 2703. That's cool. Just put that on, and we'll see if we get an entrance this session, and we can watch that. But as you can see, my CFX traders got a little bit of love at the moment, but it's still got a ways to go. Let me just load that up actually so we can see it. So yeah, yesterday's session, I was experiencing this red candle, but because we've maintained the trend, happy to just stay in it, and we're in profit. But this is, of course, where I'm looking to take profits. And on the CFX trade, that would be actually up here. However, if I feel Bitcoin is a little bit hesitant and it may retrace a little bit lower, then I might decide to take profits up here if it goes that way. But as you can see, the market is just waiting to see what Bitcoin does, and it could very easily just come down. So not the strongest of trades, but we're in profit, and that's all that matters. But that's kind of just a quick rundown of the market. I'm happy to hand it back and then take over again with some other altcoins if we need some, if we run out of time. If we,
I can jump in very quickly. I just entered short on sterling yen, so I can
just do it. Okay. Good
shout.
shout.
Quick, 1 second. Okay.
You should come up now. There we go.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is the same kind of trading idea as the euro yen trade, where we've had it's the false breakout basically, and it's the proximity to the recent swing high makes it all that more appealing for me. So we've kind of had a nice kind of rebound. It's been a nice uptrend. We've had a pullback, and now we've had this retest, and now we've got that false breakout signal. So I just entered short. So hopefully this is kind of the start of a topping process for sterling yen. More yen strength obviously than sterling weakness, Sterling looks to be quite strong across the board on most of the markets, other currencies. So it's really kind of a yen false breakout play that I'm doing today. Let's just have a quick look at the intraday. Okay, so there's that recent high, the swing high, and here's the kind of climactic move, topped out, failed above this the swing high, and here we are. We're back down towards session lows. So I think if we can start breaking through the Asian session low, which we're right on top of, then we can start to see a bit of momentum going into the close, which could see a kind of a bearish outside pattern, which would be pretty good for a bit like this one here on the top. So market makes a new high, comes back in, goes all the way through the other side, and actually closes below the previous day's low, and that marks quite an important reversal. So that's really what I'm kind of playing for on this one. So short sterling yen, in addition to short euro yen, looking for this kind of upside failure, and then to get that kind of 1-2 day decline, which I talked about a bit before. So let's see how we go. The stop on this one is around 195.5. So let's see how we do.
Good stuff. Right, guys, you want me to quickly do my thing?
Yeah, that'd be great. Eager to hear from you. Well, no, see, I go round and I steal everybody else's ideas, and because I haven't been with you yet, Richard, I've got my notepad and everything.
Don't jump around from strategy to strategy, like some people do. Right, I follow the SPX 500, NASDAQ, as well as crude oil. Paul, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what I do. Basically, just looking for liquidity sweeps. In some cases, liquidity runs, right? So with a sweep, I would like to see price take out a level, whether that's an overnight session high or low, previous days high or lows, doesn't really matter, then followed by a reversal in the opposite direction. So typically liquidity grab or sweep, as they would call it. And then basically go down to a smaller time frame. I've heard you don't like the 1 minutes, but I just use a 1 minute to just zoom into price action, see if I can get break of structure to further sort of like decide whether the market's actually reversing or not. And then I'll use fair value gaps to get into a trade or use them as my trade entry location. I was very interested in a NASDAQ here today for a potential long. I still am. That being said, we've been having quite a strong decline going into the New York Open. Howard, you probably remember last week I was saying we're probably dealing with an expanding triangle. I think it was last week today.
Absolutely. So I remember you were looking at that, and typically they're fourth wave consolidations. So that would tie in with what you're doing there, I think.
Yeah. So it did obviously stop, and then a very, very violent reversal back to the upside. It's typical behavior for an expanding triangle. They end very abruptly, lots of sort of volatility, and they typically end with V shapes as well. So we had this very strong pump back to the upside. The question now is, and I was also mentioning, just be careful that if you do see any sort of triangle that typically occurs a penultimate corrective structure prior to an important high or low. Now, this is only a very small time frame, so I'm not saying everything's going to go to hell and we're now going to get a hell of a decline.
Sell everything.
I'm just sort of expecting a deeper sort of decline like this potentially, right? That being said, you've got to earn the caution of not trying to be short, right? The market's just been proving everyone wrong. It's been going up to all those closet bears. It's been trying to short into the indices. They've definitely got burned, right? So intraday, obviously there are opportunities, but I'm personally just still treating what we're seeing here as corrective, okay? Now, you can see price just reached these highs, almost double highs formed during this actual expanding triangle, around about a 21,505 level. So it'll be interesting to see if buyers will actually start getting in here. We also have a 61.8% retracement from this low to today's high. So very interesting. I'm at level where we potentially get a reversal upwards. That being said, it looks like you're going to step in front of a bus with this strong decline we're currently seeing here. But if you look at a 5-minute time frame, I was actually looking at what this could potentially be. If this is just corrective in nature, then with this current strong decline we're seeing here, then the only corrective structure that would retrace this part without actually breaking these lows of yesterday, in my mind, could potentially be an expanded flat, where the C waves typically travel in 5 waves, right? So prior to our session today, we already added 1, we added 2, we added 3, and then we had what looks like a 4th wave. Well, I have to redraw that. Small ABC. Where did it retrace to? 38.2% retracement, which is typically the retracement of a 4th wave if you measure a fib retracement level from, in this case, in a downward trend from the high of the 2nd wave to where you believe the 3rd wave ended. So that was sort of like I expected more downside, and now I was thinking we're potentially going to get another move lower. We did get that, but I did not think it was going to be that aggressive. It still looks very impulsive in nature, right? So is this a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and 5 into those previous highs of that expanding triangle? And now we're going to go higher? I don't know. That's a very strong 5th wave, if that is.
Yeah, so it's a tough one. It looks a bit 3rd wavy to me.
Still 3rd wavy, definitely. So one has to now, stick with your guns. Am I going to go long here? Try to employ different strategies. Maybe wait for opening range breakout type of strategy. Maybe where I wait for, let's say, the first 30 minutes. See what that range is, which will be pretty large, and see if we can get a break into that range again, which is a typical like sellers in this case getting caught out when they try to short after a breakout of the bottom of the range. And when you get a break back into the range, that could also be a potential trade setup. But this range for the first half an hour is just getting wider and wider and wider. So yeah. It's very interesting. I thought we're just going to get into here. Obviously, the market will do what the market wants to do, and it is now just bumping downwards. So might have to start changing the bias here to, if we go back to the NASDAQ on the 1-hour time frame, and potentially consider, as you were saying, that we might still be busy with that impulsive wave. So maybe a little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then a bounce, and then another one to the downside, and then later upwards. So this could potentially still take a little while to materialize, assuming that we are dealing with a corrective structure that might still take a few days to, or maybe just one trading session, or not trading session, one day to play out. So we are sort of at these highs. Is that going to hold a support? Classical sort of like resistance, although it was part of an expanding triangle. I'm sticking to my guns that it was. I don't think I'm seeing something that it wasn't there. But price needs to hold here. If it continues lower much further, then yeah, we'll have to consider that a bounce is possible and then potentially more downside. Treating this entire thing as an incomplete corrective structure that still has more downside potential. Right, so that's the NASDAQ. Obviously, the same sort of things happening here on the S&P 500, so I'm not really going to look at that. Crude oil, very strong decline. Started happening around about, when was this? 3, 4 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah. I was also thinking before today's session, price was around about here. Bounced up a little bit and maybe give us a 5th wave. Corrective structure, another move lower. But now it's almost behaving a little bit like the NASDAQ. It's obviously a different market, but a very, very strong impulsive decline here that we're seeing. So I'm pretty bearish on the crude oil The question is where we're going to get an opportunity to get short, and I don't really want to stand in the way of this decline. That being said, where's my economic calendar? We got crude oil inventories today at 11 a.m. Eastern, so I'm not interested in trading crude oil until after that happens. It's generally on a Wednesday, but it's been moved out today further because of the public holiday. What was it? Veterans Day, Memorial Day, sorry. That was on this Monday to start off the week. So crude oil, very bearish. If I have to look here at a higher time frame like the 4-hour, there could potentially be a triangle happening here, but I don't think this triangle has played out yet. And I think it's a bearish triangle. Obviously, a very strong decline into around about, what's it, the 7th or 8th of April. This looks like an ABC for the A of the triangle. The only thing throwing me off here is that you want 3 waves within triangles, right? Until you get your E wave, and then you get a decline. So you got an A, B, C, D, E type of vibe, and then you move lower. What's throwing me off here on the price action side of things, this looks like an ABC.
Yeah.
But this one looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's what it could be. 1, 2, 1, 2.
It could be a 1, 2, 1, 2. But if that is the case, what's it? ABC X ABC. It could be a 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. But in either case, I think we're probably dealing with a triangle. You know, the question is, did we actually complete this triangle now? Symmetrical triangle. If we run that.
Yeah.
Trend line from the highs, what I presume to be an A wave of a triangle, bearish triangle, to this high over here, ignoring that wick, then today's high also found resistance at that trend line. So I'm thinking there's a good possibility that price will, at the very least, take out these lows just below the 60 level, and then just have to take it from there. But very messy price action. I don't know if the inventory report today is going to, you know, cause any bullish type of price action. Maybe just, you know, help price accelerate even further to the downside. So in the bigger picture, I'm thinking potentially an incomplete or very close to a completed symmetrical triangle. Right, so that's pretty much my analysis for now, guys. I'm going to keep an eye here on the NASDAQ for just a little while. When we got about 9-10 minutes still left for the first 30-minute opening range, and I'll see how price action reacts, and hopefully give me a trading opportunity. But yeah, very strong decline here. It's going to be difficult going long, but you know, all of these markets, not these markets, but the indices these days typically end with these V-shaped bottoms, and you just get one hell of a reversal in the opposite direction. So we'll have to assume that could potentially happen again. All right, so that's it from my side for now. I think, Howard, you've had a few questions here on your side.
Yeah, dollar index, I think, and which pairs. So yeah, let's just go back to the dollar index now. Let's have a look at dollar index.
Yeah, we got a question from James. I don't know if you covered it, but could you, which pairs would you recommend for a long hold, if any? He's currently looking at taking a US dollar Japanese yen trade for a month.
Yeah, I think I'd want to do them both. Just sort of split them 50-50, because because euro yen, sterling yen, they're really going nowhere. So it's just a pure dollar play for me.
Okay.
So yeah, so I wouldn't want to be skewing it one way or the other really for a longer term thing. And I think the answer is in this dollar index chart that we have here, which formed a major high, obviously back in 2022. That was the major high, the end of a multi-year rally. So we had the first wave down, a 3-wave ABC correction up, which is wave 2 in my opinion, and then we've broken down in what appears to be wave 3, which should take us much, much lower. So major high, that's the reaction high that we got in the start of this year. And now we've broken through big supports down here. We're settling below the broken supports. I guess in some respects, if you're using the low from July 23, you might want to be, if you want to be bullish, you might say, well, we've broken through it, we closed back above it, and we're not aggressively moving through it. But it really looks to me like we've, this is probably the key level here. The reaction low, because that was the thing that was kind of holding it up before with the trend line. So we've closed below it on multiple occasions. Got back above it briefly after the 1, 2, 3, 4 week corrective bounce, but since then, obviously, last week we broke down with a lot of aggression. That really was the idea, that once this correction had run its course, we'd see quite a strong move down, and it looks like we started to do that. So this week so far, obviously, it's been a little bit volatile, but the net result at the end of this week could well just be a narrow range candle like this one, just a consolidation, and then we go again the next week. We start to see the acceleration, maybe in a similar vein to this kind of thing. So a big down week, kind of a chop to basically unwind it, and then you go again the next week or two. So for me, this picture is still extremely bearish. I think I'd need to I'd need to see this thing kind of settle back above last week's high to start to think about a basing formation. And it had a crack at it today, this week, but it really hasn't done it hasn't done a whole lot of damage on the upside. So it just looks like a volatile, choppy correction of this move down, and then we go down. We continue into to make new lows for the downtrend. Okay. In terms of where it's headed, I have quite a big strong level down around the 90. Just 1 second. It's down here. So quite a strong support down here. Once you get towards the 90 area. In fact, I've got a big arrow there pointing that way. if not below it. I think ultimately we're going to take out the all-time low, which is down here, back in 2008. Ultimately, I think we're going to do that. This for me is a corrective upcycle. So in Elliott wave terms, it breaks down into a corrective sequence, a double zigzag. So A, B, C, X wave correction, A, B, C, and that's that. And now we're breaking down in the early stages of a bear market, which I think will take the dollar much lower on a multi-month, multi-year view. And I guess if you've heard me talk about this before, typically the dollar likes to fall under Republican administrations for whatever reason, and go up under Democrat ones, and that has been the case certainly since Clinton back in the 90s. Clinton was up, Bush 2 was down, Obama was up, Trump 1 was down, Biden was up, and here we are breaking down in Trump 2. So that could well be the way that we're headed.
Cool. Maya's asking, can you look at cocoa? I don't have data for the future side on there. Unfortunately, I don't know if you guys have.
No.
Hi, Mark. Saying hello from PE, Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Lola, good morning. Glad having you with us. And then Mark's also asking, Richard, did you take any trades on the FTSE today? I did not, Mark. My wife is currently out of actually Nigeria for business, so I'm stuck with doing morning school runs and that sort of thing for the entire week. So I unfortunately couldn't. I'm hoping for one today. And he just made some money or pocket money following by the negative GDP news, which pushed the NASDAQ down and gold up based on my rudimentary fundamental analysis. Good stuff, Mark. You read that well. The we also had, what was it? Where's my economic calendar gone? Unemployment claims, wasn't it? Came in a bit higher than expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've just pulled up a chart of cocoa. If I may.
Go ahead, show us.
Just a quick. I don't follow it that closely, but it does look like it's struggling on a big picture view. Does that come through okay? That's the cash contract. So does that come through? Can you see?
Yeah,
that,
we got
guys?
it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so obviously a mega uptrend, bit of a consolidation, bit of a pullback, then the push through, new high, false breakout, come back down, rejected, trying to get back up again, struggling. These guys are trapped above the high. These guys, and they can't get out. This is the attempt at taking it higher. Then that gives way. Down we come. We base above big support, retest, and we've got a lot of people that are trapped above this swing high here. So this appears to be a quite important level above which people are trapped. So we've got that bearish kind of dark cloud cover last week, and this week we're following through. So I would say, if anything, it looks like we're headed down towards the bottom of this range. Just on first impressions. What do you think? What do you think, guys?
Pop very bullish, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be an ascending triangle as well. I mean, it could be many things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, the major trend, I guess, is up, unless you want to consider it to be sideways from 2024. But you've not broken any big supports in the uptrend yet, for sure. So I guess this is probably the key level in terms of making a lower high and a lower low should you break it.
Yeah.
So, but it does look a bit vulnerable after this kind of attempt at resuming the uptrend. But these guys are just completely trapped above this breakout point. So
yeah, lower high.
That's my prognosis anyway. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Howard.
Okay.
Paul?
Yeah, we can go through a few setups. That's fine. See where they're going at. Let's have a look. Right, what we got? What's going on? Okay, so this, if you we obviously discussed these in the middle session as well. And if you want to have setups like this more consistently throughout the week, head over to Hola Prime X and hit that subscribe button, because we will cover all of these throughout the week as well. So this is near, and it is nearly approaching this little pocket, which would be a great
see what you did there.
Yeah, and there's another token I like called Move, which is really good for kind of wordplay, right? Move's moving. But Igor, if he was here, would tell you that what's this signaling to me. So if we look at the RSI, this this is it's one bearish signal for sure, but we are bouncing off the middle line, so everything's still bullish. But just I'm not quite, it's difficult to say what that means, but it does imply that it's going to come back down at least to this support level for a little bit, but we'll see. But this is what I'm looking for. I haven't put anything on an exchange yet, but nice confluence with the 618. This is kind of there's a couple of different sorts of patterns. This is a half-formed ascending triangle, and then we've also got this kind of symmetrical pennant as well. And when we have these patterns fused together, they're really good confluence to trade off, as long as it all makes sense to you, which in this case it does. So you've got this nice ascending diagonal line. We've got the 618. We've had a breakout to a range above the breakout area, which is great, which means this is much more ripe for a bounce, as opposed to if we maybe just finished here, and then this of course would be in jeopardy. So we've had a nice move, couple of ranges that I like to see, clear defined higher high compared to this downtrend. And so we're just waiting for this pocket. Now we might not get it, we may not get it, but the RSI is suggesting that we may have it, and it coming down here with confluence with the 50 as well. Nice little place, and then you can decide whether you're just going to rock it from here to here, or if you think things are more bullish and Bitcoin starts doing crazy things and putting all not time highs in again, then you can maybe look at target 2, or at least you can see I've put it at the previous swing high as well. I'm not trying to be too bullish on this particular one, but if you're looking for an altcoin trade, near is looking pretty good. Let's see what else we got. No, AVAX has had its play, so let's move on. No, that's big picture. Let's see. SHIB, again, a lot of these altcoins have very similar patterns. There's a nice little pocket here. We've got the 200 MA. This is a 6 hour, so it's quite significant, of course. And in the RSI in this time, we have obviously maintained this support line. So everything looks bullish and everything's lining up. So again, a little entry here would be perfect. No big deal here. But obviously, you have to bear in mind that if we lose this pocket, you want to look to get out straight away, right? Now, so some trades, we looked at the CFX trade as an example, and if it goes bad, I have a line in the sand to protect me before my stop loss gets hit, which gives me opportunities to maybe look to get out at no loss following a retest. So as an example, that would allow me to get out, even if I get a confirmed candle body close, as we've got some buyers will come in here to maybe facilitate that bearish retest for me. However, so these are the sort of trades I like, because no one likes the stop loss getting hit, and I always try and avoid it at all costs. But if we go back, I can't remember what we're looking at. There's too many charts. Here we go. No, I'll find it again. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Here we go. So in this case, though, we don't really have that foundation below us. We don't really have another line in the sand. So if we lose this, the bullish context is lost. So it's kind of this line breaks, look to get out. It's as simple as that. My stop loss, you might want to think about where your stop loss is. This probably needs another thought. It doesn't want to be down here. That's way too much loss. I don't like that ratio, but it's a bit difficult to try. I don't want to have it quite tight because there will be a bit of ambiguity here with this moving average. So trying to find a nice place for it. I mean, underneath, if we just zoom in, just trying to find underneath here, maybe is kind of where I'm looking. Just below here, it gives us a bit of space in case a wick pops down, and that's the kind of idea. I don't want any liquidity hunters to come in and ruin my trade. So very important that even if you do have a definitive line in the sand, doesn't necessarily mean you need to have a tight stop, because in crypto the volatility can catch you out, and if you catch a wick, like this, just stops you out and you're all done. But SHIB, again, if you're looking for a trade, this could come into play today. Nice little pocket, and again, I might enter that outside of the session, and I think that might be it. Let's just have a look. And that's it, validating. ICP needs a bit more work. ENA. So ENA is not a setup for any means, shape, or form, but we've got a clear, definable kind of curve happening. We've had a higher high. We've clearly entered an uptrend here, but this is the line to watch, right? So just bear in mind this could roll over, but we have also some diagonal support. Not a great support, just 2 or 3 touches, no big deal, but the support below. But the idea with this, the reason why this is not an A setup is ultimately because we're not able to get in with the bullish context flush with support, right? You'll notice my entrance is about here in flush with this line, maybe coming to play in the weekend. Now, with these particular trades, you'll notice again, my stop is quite tight. I'm not hanging around. It's just below support, because if we come back down there, I'm going to need to get out. So yeah, this is a potential trade. Just be very cautious with this one. If you get a trade inside the pattern, you're not front running anything. So if you're just going to come down here, enter here, trade with the pattern, just take some, just little scalp, whatever, take that. But obviously you will be front running it if you presume it's going to come up here. So you can't buy the breakout from here because you're in the middle of a range essentially, and that's just bad practice, even though you've got support. But for me, obviously, if you come in here, you are front running, and if things turn bullish, you could just stay within the pattern and then just enjoy the breakout. But just caution with that. But a couple of options from me. Any dissenting thoughts on that, guys?
No.
Yeah, with the triangles also, you call it front running, but yeah, I typically try to figure out maybe is that the end of the triangle, rather try to get in as you wanted to there to maximize your profit potential. Because as you say, if you take a trade by the breakout of the upper trend line, then yeah, I mean, it might just come down again and it just continues contracting, and you've got a bad entry.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's going to be in the next few days or not at all, right? The next few days or not at all, because if we start coming up here, we're in no man's land again. And this is the thing. Sometimes you'll have a triangle pattern which is is much better positioned. So like the tip potentially could be positioned at a support line, right? And that's a different proposition to trade. But these, you've got to be very cautious. And like with anything, just assess it for what it is. If you find a potential trade, which there is an opportunity here, understand what it is, come in with less capital if there's extra risk, especially if you've got a tight stop like this, because Bitcoin could just make a move and then I'm stopped out. But yeah, a few setups to consider. But yeah, that's me, I think. And if you need anything more, we can talk about the money flow near the end.
Yeah. Did you get filled on that? What did you place an order on Filecoin?
Yeah, Filecoin, let me just check. Yeah, might hit in a moment. I'll let you know. Might get hit.
Okay, cool.
You know, or might get stopped out, and I'll let you know if that happens as well.
Yeah, just on my side, just a kind of an observation, really. The fact that all these markets are starting to come down together, a bit of a bit of broad-based selling, not just in stock market, but also on the cryptos, on crude oil, and on these yen crosses, of which I'm currently short. It seems that the yen, whenever there's a bit of trouble in the stock market, the yen appreciates. So that's really kind of, I think, why the yen crosses are starting to reject and ease back along with the stock markets today. I think that's what's happening. There's a kind of bit of a risk-off tone occurring. So just a quick observation, really.
Yeah, I mean, that observation, especially on the indices, that, these triangles typically occurs the last correction prior to, a high or low. It certainly looks like that is the case. And with this strong decline here, we're probably going to take out yesterday's lows here. And then potentially this is the start of a deeper correction, I think. That being said, when was it? Yesterday, I was trying to go short on the NASDAQ. Right about here. And then we had this move. We had a decline again, and boom, just straight back upwards. It's extremely difficult to read, but I mean, that's the markets, right? So all of this has been wiped out now. And it does look like prices heading here on the NASDAQ at least to, what's that? That low, 21,294. So, yeah. Where do I go short?
Have we got the outside day on the NASDAQ yet? Have we got the outside day? We haven't quite got the outside day yet on NASDAQ. It's just the same with sterling yen. It's not a million miles away. Yeah. So I think once that goes,
so this is really pretty strong decline. The same thing happening obviously on the S&P. Yeah. Maybe a bit of a topping top formation. Definitely got to discount this idea that it could have been an expanded flat C wave. Yeah. But anything can happen. So from my side, I don't have any setups occurring right now, to be honest. Crude oil just boom, look at that.
Yeah, that's been pretty frustrating for me the last few days. I've been trying to sell that. And my timing has been so out. I did quite well on the original breakdown from the descending triangle, and then the retest. I managed to get a couple of pieces of on the way down, but I've been trying to sell it the last week or two, and it's just been basing at the support. So I think today's the day when I'm not. When I'm not sure it'll break today. Today's definitely the day in which it will break.
Yeah. Yeah, frustrating. I mean, trying to get trades here during the morning session did pretty well last week. But this entire week, it's just been either running too fast, or you're right about direction, and then after the session, you actually get that reversal you've been looking for. Yeah. So, there are days like this. So it does happen. Again, it's all about being patient, right? I've had my areas that I was looking at for trade, but it just blasted through that. So you can't always stick with your bias either. You got to, sometimes let that ego go and accept that you need to start looking at the other direction. First, I thought bullish, and now it all looks like it's bearish. But for how long? That's a question. So if I don't get it set up today, then obviously I think I probably have a better idea of what's happening here tomorrow going into Monday.
In the words of the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want.
Sorry, life isn't what you thought it was supposed to be. No, I mean, look, I haven't had a chance to get into this, and this is more your guys' field. But obviously, we talked about earlier that we obviously, we all lived through all of the trade war rollout, and obviously that was a little fraught. I don't think that's unfair to say, and we feel like that things have stabilized a bit, things have calmed down a bit. We've had a bit of stability, but now we obviously had, the potential, the trade court essentially undermining all of the executive branch's policy. And obviously, no, we don't need to comment on the legality of that. But what we do know that there is a bit of a temperamental relationship between the courts and the executive branch at the moment in the United States. Is this going to start up potentially more chaos again with, maybe some protestations of increased tariffs again, which will cause chaos? And I think maybe this is what we're seeing, just a reflection of like, kind of happening. So
could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely don't want to go long, so anymore.
Yeah, my trade is
fair value gap here. Maybe that acts as resistance. Let's get rid of that.
Yeah, it's not hanging around that, is it? It has a direction and it's going.
Yeah. I might take a stab at this for short. But I really like price to get a little bit deeper into this fair value gap and maybe target the 21294 level, which was yesterday's low. But yeah, I'm just mindful that, after this strong decline, we got fair value gaps up here too. It can very easily go all the way back up again.
Yeah, it's just part of. I mean,
I'm sure a lot of traders will be thinking price is heading towards that yesterday's low here.
It's a trap. It's a trap. This is the thing, isn't it? This is, experienced traders know when to wait and see, and it's such a simple concept. But when I was first starting out, I didn't know how to wait and see. I was like, I need to trade. I want to trade. I need to do it today. And that's where you get out, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, I guess we're not really sort of looked at gold yet, but that's really kind of part of the same story. It's having a good day today. For those that
I'm gonna bring up a gold chart there. I don't know if you guys follow gold. I
Yeah.
don't really know what's happening, but I don't really trade it.
Yeah, let's have a look. So this is one of those days when gold and Bitcoin are diverging, I guess. Let's see. There's your daily. So we've had this obviously massive bull run, and kind of what could well be a corrective decline complete, A, B, and C, 3 waves down from a swing high. Certainly, if this were kind of a major, 1 2 1 2 and then massive third down, it probably should have done it by now, I would have said. And it's interesting how we're kind of finding support around these old highs. So that may well even be 1 2 3 4 and 5, and then a corrective pull back down. And then here we are. It looks like we may well be doing a bullish engulfing type candle to confirm the low, I guess, in a similar vein to the currencies. So gold is acting like a currency today. Euro dollar type and sterling dollar cable. So maybe, just maybe, that's the bottom of the correction in this new bull cycle. So kind of 1 up, 2 down, and then we break this, and then we start to accelerate to new highs again. I know a lot of people thinking that it's already too high and it needs to come down, but I think if we find ourselves gravitating towards this high again, then before you know it, we could be doing something a bit like this.
Yeah,
So,
it's not my field, but it's difficult to disagree with that, Howard. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like just your classic ABC. It even looks like some time symmetry there too, between the first A, if it was, how long that took, and the C wave as well.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it does look good. But obviously, if I take my Elliott head off of the out the equation, I guess we're in a bit of a range, and it appears that we're trying to form a higher low within the range. So I'd be biased long side tomorrow or from tomorrow, obviously, on the back of what's happening today. So I think, as with the currencies, the major currencies, looking to sell dollars and buy gold from tomorrow, really.
Cool. We got a comment there from Annie Wu. Fake out?
Anywho.
Fake outs on what?
Which one?
Fake outs do happen all the time. Yeah, guys, I don't know if you got anything else to show there. I certainly have no trades happening here whatsoever.
Well, I'm happy to.
I could quickly just a quick update as to where I am on those two algo type trades.
Yeah, I'll do the same. You go first, and I'll follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, let's just. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, so this is the sterling yen trade. So as I say, that went short just a little bit some time ago. So it's slightly on side at the moment. There's the outside day there. So if you think about the NASDAQ and what we're thinking about doing on the NASDAQ, this is kind of the same idea. Maybe, just maybe, we break yesterday's low, and then that confirms a big top, and then we start to get the acceleration down, maybe down towards the next support level down here. So I'm kind of positioned up to hopefully benefit from that. Euro yen struggling a little bit, but I can just find that one. There it is. Yeah, so euro yen having entered short, snap back up, although it's not really making too much headway on the upside, but equally it's not doing too much on the downside. So so this one I'm a little bit underwater on, struggling a little bit. The euro's been pretty strong today. Let's see. Can you see this this table?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the algo running. So obviously sterling yen short in the green, euro yen short in the red. So that's essentially that's the entry price of the strategies, and these are the pending orders that that will take me out at partial profits PT1, PT2, and SL is stop loss, obviously. So it's all calculated. I know where my stops are. They're in the market, and we just let the thing run. That's really where we are on that. So back to you, Paul.
Sorry, how do you run that 24/7? I mean, we don't trade over the weekends, but
no, I did, but I've got a bit of an issue with my algo in terms of the automation. So I'm just doing it while for my waking hours. And I tend to find that the trades that occur in the Asian session, it can be pretty choppy in foreign exchange. So although they're worth taking on balance, much better to be taking trades in the European and the North American session. So yeah, so I run it while I'm awake. I'm running it.
Right. Okay.
Cool.
Let's have a look at my trade. Not 100% happy with it, but let's have a look. So yeah, so it's just above it. Potentially we'll get an entrance in a few minutes. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so just waiting for it to come down. Now, obviously, when you're trading altcoins, you need to be paying attention to what Bitcoin is doing. Obviously, Bitcoin seems to be pulling my trade down. Now, obviously we want to have a bounce here for my trade, but if we come further down, which we could, as we've already established, 100K is an area we could come down to. But yeah, the idea is, so when I'm looking at this trade, and it is a it's not an A setup for sure, but I'm looking at Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin's doing its thing. It's going to have some ups and downs, but this is what I look at to kind of seal the deal. Now, this this trade I could get stopped out of, right? It's one of those potentially. But this is Bitcoin dominance 12 hour. And for those who are familiar with how I approach the market, Bitcoin dominance is essentially representative of the money flow. And obviously, when Bitcoin is growing in market cap at a faster pace than the rest of the altcoin market combined, Bitcoin dominance goes up. And this was a huge liquidation event, the biggest liquidation event in crypto history, which happened back in February due to this move with Bitcoin dominance.
Wow.
Now, we have broken down. We have a lower high. We now have eked out a lower low. So if this continues down, regardless of what Bitcoin is doing, this would represent the altcoin market growing, and people then may be thinking, okay, well, Bitcoin's just going to retrace for a little bit, consolidate for a little bit, distribute for a little bit, whatever, right? And then people will look to invest in the altcoin market, and that's why the idea of the premise behind my Filecoin trade is that Bitcoin dominance might be working in my favor with this lower low, and we could see it roll down. And if we get a move like this represented some really good altcoin movement at the beginning of May, and if we see this again, that's going to happen regardless of what Bitcoin is doing, as long as it maintains a bullish premise. And you might think, well, if Bitcoin's coming down, is that a bullish premise? Well, yeah, because it needs to come down. It's in this rising channel, this rising wedge, narrowing wedge, and its probabilities. It's got to break down. And then we need some nice structured trade-off, because we can't really defeat this area without bringing in more buyers to the market. And this gives everyone an opportunity to enter. But if Bitcoin maintains above this area, then we should be okay. But if we have a steep retrace, it could shock the market. So you might find tomorrow that I got stopped.
Is that a 12-hour chart?
Yeah, this is the 12-hour. Yeah, this is. Does it upset you to look at it?
No, it doesn't. I'm just finding it interesting. Can you tell me why?
Well,
half a day.
I have multiple charts on multiple time frames, and they all should give me a different perspective, as you know, we all have. And so sometimes this chart, as an example, is the best one to look at to see where the price action is. Right now, we need to see what's going on here. So the hourly chart makes more sense to pay attention to. So obviously, any trader, multi-time frame analysis, it's all very good. But looking at, if you want to look for, like, is there going to be a support bounce? The RSI can give us a clue. So if we look at the RSI, just talking about whether this trade is going to, as if I have any control over it. So here's the arrow. Here's the price action, right? And we'll see on the RSI, we have a bit of divergence of sorts. And this is an indication potentially of a bullish continuation. And the RSI could potentially be front running this move with this strong uptrend, which is representative of the price action up until this retrace. So a bounce here, we could see, but this is just the macro, right? This support, it's only been in place for a week. It's not rock solid, and a steeper retrace could be, but this is how I'm playing it. So a bounce here and then a move downwards with Bitcoin dominance allows my Filecoin trade to bounce when it hits support, if I get that. But if any of those things go wrong, then I'm probably going to get stopped out, especially with such a tight stop. But yeah, and just also you can look at these two charts, these indices of sorts. Total 3, this is 3 days. So when you're looking at Bitcoin dominance and how it's reacting, it's not always terribly awful if Bitcoin dominance is going up, because the context is important. So the last year, Bitcoin dominance going up has been devastating to the altcoin market, because we haven't had growth, right? We've been coming down quite a lot, all of this, right? Then we have these spurts, then we reset. Now the altcoin market is growing. It is growing, and it has been since Bitcoin kind of bottomed in mid-April. However, so when I see Bitcoin dominance coming up, and this is also going up, I'm not too fussed. It just means Bitcoin's growing still faster than the altcoins. So long trades can still play out. But the issue is, when you're looking at this chart, which is total 3 versus Bitcoin. So this is essentially the entire altcoin market minus Ethereum versus Bitcoin's pace. So when this is going down, Bitcoin is outpacing the rest of the market. And we have been in this way for, well, this was November 2022, right? So we're right in the floor, which means Bitcoin, the biggest crypto in terms of market cap, is still outpacing the entire altcoin market, which, if you think about it, if Bitcoin puts in a 10% move, which is super bullish, most of the altcoins, if they're going with it, can put in 50, 60, 70, 80, 100%, depending on their market cap. But if they're still struggling to to increase in pace, it shows that this is the problem we've got in the altcoin market, and we may still have a little bit of a reset. So there's a lot of challenges at the moment, because risk assets, of course, are very susceptible to these issues in the economy. But Bitcoin is not a risk asset anymore, because it's deflationary by nature. It is a separate entity to the rest of the altcoin market, and it should be perceived as digital gold, whereas the rest of the altcoin market should be perceived as risk assets. And this is the problem. We need to have them kind of operating together, but we may not see much love from the altcoins over the next few months. We'll have to wait and see what the market is. But this is how I'm playing it, and I'll just check to see if I've had my entrance. No, it's not going to play ball. Come on, we've got 15 minutes. But no, it's not there yet, but I will tell you when it is.
It is very close.
Very, very close.
Oops, did you disappear off there?
Yeah, well, no, that's what I've got. So
all right.
Yeah, what else should we do?
You froze a little bit there, Paul. Are you back?
I'm back. Don't know why that happened.
Don't know what's going on there.
Got a bit of a bounce on the NAS.
Yeah, a little bit of a bounce. Might be interested in taking a little stab at this. Let me just share that back. I'm going to take very, very little risk on this since I missed most of this move. This looks a little bit like a reversal type pattern. We had that fair value gap on the 5. The smaller little box over there, let me just make it a different color. That's a 1 minute fair value gap. Now, but after such a strong decline, one would expect potentially a stronger bounce to the upside. So we'll take a little bit of cajones to go short here. Let me just see what's happening here. Yeah. But I would like to see some sort of reaction. You can see maybe engulfing little candle to the downside. I'll take a stab at this. But we could retrace a decent portion of this, even just from the recent price action here into this low 5 waves. So maybe we'll do something like this, or maybe not, and it's just like completely crashes lower again. But I think the low of yesterday is definitely it is in reach and potentially a target for the day. It's now just finding the opportune area to enter a short. But should price break above this fair value gap, then I'll expect, and there's two, obviously the one from the 1 minute that's on this purple box here, and this black box is the 5 minute fair value gap. So yeah.
Got a bit of broken support just above, isn't it?
Yeah. So if we can get a reversal maybe on the 1 minute, like an engulfing candle, so then I'll take a stab at it. Stop will have to be above that area. It's a little bit difficult with this platform. Let's put it 21,480. And then that low is still further down. Yeah, we're just going to bounce around here now. Watch it. Reduce my volume. I'll just go 2 lots there instead. You see another red candle form here. Nice long ranging body to the downside. Then I'll take a stab at this. Just wait for the close of that candle. Hopefully, damn, I'm probably going to reverse. I want a little bit of a bounce higher now. It's too far away. I'm going to go short. Take a stab at this. Okay.
Yeah.
Platform says thank you. You're welcome.
Nice.
My take profit is around about yesterday's low. So that should be, I'm still getting used to this platform's risk reward tool. Let's just see where we're at. Where did I get short now? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit over 2.5 risk reward ratio.
Nice.
So I'm just playing this price, obviously bearish, pulled into a fair value gap. There's actually two that's lying in the chart. Well, two overlapping each other. We got the 5 minute, which is this black box. And we got the 1 minute, which is that purple box there. Not to say it will hold as resistance, but market's been moving so fast to the downside. I'll have to take a stab at this. Not risking a lot on this. And let's see. Hopefully we can see another decline here and not have it set through sideways price action or a much higher bounce to the upside or correction. There you go, James. I'm not in the SPX, but I'm in the NASDAQ. And hopefully at the opportune time here. You get filled on Filecoin yet, Paul?
Yeah, and I'm in a little bit of profit, and I'm not going to say anything else.
Yeah,
we'll just, that's it. Enter the trade, in profit. See you later, bye.
Nice. Oh dear. I'm probably going to sit with a much larger bounce here, but anyway, to try. Still early days. We've got about 10 minutes left today's morning session. So do you guys have anything else to share with us today? Any questions from our viewers? We had quite a nice participation for a morning session, actually, which is great.
Yeah. Lola usually has questions for me. I think she's probably giving me a break. But to Lola, if you've got any questions, fantastic.
All right, so you recognize that name then?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't follow who's supporting the other sessions. But Lola's been joining us along with, of course, I know Andres does multiple sessions, so it's great to have her on here. It's really great. First session seems to be where it's at.
Surprise visit from Paul.
Yeah. Well, actually, the reason why I'm here is obviously it's fantastic to see you guys, but I had just a random appointment which I just couldn't move. But then yesterday they just cancelled the appointment. I'm like, are you kidding? Really?
I know.
We've messed people's schedules up.
That happened.
Yeah, terrible. Come on, make a lower high. You know you want to.
Yeah, come on. We're all just sitting there. Come on.
Yeah, typical.
Yeah, it'll definitely help my stuff if it comes. Yeah.
There you go. Lola's got a question.
Question for Paul.
Oh wow! Oh Lola, what a legend. Let's have a look. About a little bit about SUI. Yeah, top altcoin pick. I haven't checked in with it today, but let's. Do you mind if I just while we're waiting for that? Is that all right?
Go for it.
Just shout if you get a fill.
I'm going to get a fill on the stop side.
Well,
we'll see.
The best. Right. Yeah. So yeah, we no, that's SHIB, not SUI. SUI. Where's SUI? Where are you?
Was it SUI?
SUI. Yeah. I've got so many charts open. It's just getting a bit ridiculous. Everyone's shouting user watch list. Yeah, I know. So Right. Yeah. So this was a top altcoin pick, kind of headlining the latest video out yesterday. And on the video, I said that the trade, just here's the big picture. That's not the massively big picture, but this is the local picture. And we'll just zoom out to the daily just to show you what we're dealing with. So this is the essential price action. This is the daily. And you can see this is a clear line in the sand for the price action, bullish context. We're trying to get above, but we're not there yet. So for me, Lola, when I was talking about this trade, I felt that at the time we were here, when I was talking about this setup, we were above kind of this moving average on the 4-hour chart. And there was an idea you could maybe enter the trade there and ride up the resistance. But I did say in the video that there's not much confluence and we could have a move very easily down to the 382. And this may be in play at the moment. My trade for this would be a waiting game, which is this, which would be wait for a break of resistance and, of course, buy the retest. And as we know, good practice, of course, for breakouts is I tend to wait to see, I want to see a breakout 2 ranges above to have a real clear high. And then I like to come back in for a retest. And that's the trade for SUI, I feel. If you just want to clarify, Lola, if you do think of trading this, you see all these fake outs here, right? You want a definite move at the very least above these previous swing highs, right? And bearing in mind that I will be waiting for at least a move into the upper range, and that just makes this easier to come in on. And then we might have some confluence with that. But this will be a waiting game. This may be, this could be a week, 10 days before this comes into play, but that's the best option for SUI. You could come in at support here, but you don't have as much confluence. So this would be put it in your back pocket and wait to see what Bitcoin does. And then when you get a breakout, you've got a setup ready. And the 618 is a great place to enter as well. So that's what I would say about SUI. I hope that was thorough, but yeah,
Paul,
waiting game.
SUI stand for? What's the name of the coin?
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry.
What's the name of the coin? What's SUI stand?
SUI. Yeah.
SUI.
Yeah. So I always pronounce these wrong. There are some of them that are a little bit crazy to pronounce. One of them is AIXBT. I'm not sure how to say that without the individual letters. So AIXBT. I mean, cookie's an easy one.
They're not meme coins, right? They're just altcoins, or what?
No, we do on that's not a meme coin, but
no.
Oh, let me just check. I need to double check everything, but no, we do. We do have some meme coins which we do on Hola Prime X. Pepe is one of them. Trump coin. Sorry, everybody, but that's the category it fits. Sorry. We probably need a better name for that category. Populist tokens, perhaps. Not dissing it. I'm just saying, right? It's not the same thing. Yeah, we've got a few. Thankfully not Melania. Pengu was my personal favorite to say. I like saying I had a good positive trade on Pengu. That's just really nice. Got a nice ring.
Can you show me a chart on Pengu? Because I remember on my Facebook a while back, it's like everyone was saying buy Pengu. It's like, isn't it a game token?
Well, it sounds like it, doesn't it? Let's look at Pengu. Let's load Pengu up just for the last couple of minutes. Just
now I'm going to kick myself if it actually went up and I didn't participate in the actual launch of this thing.
Pengu, it's funny. That's okay. Well, it depends when they said. Did they say in April?
I'm talking about quite a while back. Huh? When did that launch? December.
Well, on Binance, December, but obviously it would have existed before then. See if I can find a longer history. Probably not find that straight away, but yeah. Look, if anyone tells you to buy something in crypto, walk away.
No, of course I didn't.
Yeah, and that's why you're a good trader. You've already learned the best rule you can learn in crypto trading. Don't listen to anybody.
Yeah, I got burned on crypto quite a lot of times.
If a commentator or a trader is saying, you must enter here at this level, it's going to the moon right now, don't listen to them. But if someone like you guys are saying you could enter here, or if this happens, you could enter here, then maybe you could start listening because they're having a conversation about TA and not hype. But Pengu, if you do want to trade it, looking like we might be rolling over, And if anyone is interested, I'm just going to give you this. I'm just going to say that it's a waiting game again, but this is kind of the area you want to look to get in. So you may have to wait a bit before you have that. But again, I need to do a proper analysis on this. But yeah, Pengu, interesting. Maybe we can get a trade on that next week, and that can be quite exciting for everybody, especially if we've got anybody.
Well, thanks, Paul, showing me the chart. I didn't miss out on anything by the looks of it. The price not been doing much since I entered the day.
Just holding.
Run sideways, which has been a story of this week for me. But in any case, we also reached the end of our session, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, and I am $14 in profit on my Filecoin trade. So
oh, nice,
yes.
Very nice.
Yes,
happy days.
Sandwich for me later.
And buy yourself what? Winner chicken dinner.
That's gonna be great. I'm so excited.
Lola, you're welcome. Thank you for the questions,
Welcome,
everyone. Actually, yeah, like I said, we reached the end of the session. Paul, was nice meeting you finally.
Likewise,
I've only
Richard.
seen you on my TV when I'm cooking, but now I've seen you in person. So they were not in person, but yeah, Howard, thank you very much.
Pleasure as always.
I won't be on tomorrow, so I'll see you guys hopefully next week again.
Perfect. Have a great weekend. Enjoy.
Awesome. Have a good
everyone.
one. Take care,
everybody.
And goodbye. Cheers.
Bye.
Hey, Igor and Walter, how's it going, guys?
Hey,
Hello,
Jannie and
Jannie.
Igor. How are you
Hello,
guys?
Walter.
Namaste. What's that word?
Namaste.
Great. Is that the right word? I don't know. How's
I
it
don't know.
going?
I don't know
All
what you were aiming for, but maybe.
right? Doesn't that mean something like, I don't know. What does it mean? Hello? Or thank you? I don't know. It's something polite. It means something nice, I think.
Something nice.
But
yes.
anyway, Walter. Oh, Walter, you know your name reminds me of. Have you seen that movie Breaking Bad?
Oh my God, Walter White. Here we go. Here we go. All right, let me act like this is the first time I'm hearing this. Wow, yes, Breaking Bad. What is it about?
Walter has not broken bad yet. Yeah, but welcome to all the viewers. This is the second session, in case you didn't know. Walter, it's good to see you again. Igor, you as well.
You too, Jannie.
We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. Some of it may even contain some trading material.
Yes.
I've actually, I'll start if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
With gold. I got out of gold.
Oh la la!
Sure.
I'm curious. What were you trading on gold today? Are we going to be in the opposite direction again today?
like last time? No, I'm actually completely out of the. I'm out of gold completely. So entirely, I've closed my position. I'll show you just to give you a bit of a recap, right? So I think we were in the same session when this line was identified, right? Because I was that diagonal touch.
That's right. That's right.
So that's
So
where
like
I
that
entered.
bearish cycle.
Yeah. So that's where I entered, and we were in the sessions. We identified the potential levels where this could go to. So there were a few of them. I'll just mark them up so you can see exactly the levels that was identified. It was this level there, that pivot there, and then obviously the one just below that, which is where it did find support. And then there were more levels. This one over here, I think there were 5 in total. Over there, and obviously the very low. Okay, and then we were just talking about like which one of these levels is it gonna go to? And the answer was, well, we don't know. You're just gonna have to focus on price action and see how price action behaves.
That's right. That's right.
At those levels. Yeah. So when it bounced off, yeah, I'm not sure if you can see. It looks much better on. Let me just show you this. This one, this also this Hola Prime one on the 1 hour time frame. Was it the 4 hour? Sorry, this inside candle here bouncing off 2 of those support levels. That's when I got out. That I just
Right.
thought, okay, that's it. Adios, namaste.
I mean, what was your plan? What was your plan with the trade? Was it like an intraday hold? Were you looking to swing it, or
No, swing
were
trade.
you just
Swing
looking
trade.
to?
It was look. I mean, if I enter a trade based on the 4 hour, it's almost guaranteed to be a swing trade, right?
Right.
Even though I've entered this on the 1 hour, I'll show you where I entered the first one. Like that rejection off that diagonal line, just a slight pullback. That's when I entered with a fairly decent clearance. I didn't put it right at the top because I knew this could come back. To and test that resistance. So just a bit of clearance, and I entered a second position. I can't remember where, but the second position closed much earlier than the original one. The original one I left open, but it wasn't a big trade. It was like a 1 to 3.5, something like that. So I would have liked a stronger fall push through these support levels, but it didn't. So that's why I got out. But for me right now, gold is, if I just zoom out, how do you do that? Oh yeah, you got to do this, right? There is this head and shoulders pattern that you can see coming off that diagonal line, right? And you have like almost like a smaller diagonal line. Yeah. Yeah. You see that? It's there, but if it can't break, and I'll show you exactly where. If it can't come lower than that, then I don't know. I'm just going to stay clear gold for now. I had a very good run on gold. Look, I had a.
It's been a good week. It's been a good week for gold.
Yeah, I mean, I caught some really nice trades. I caught this this move here. That was a 1 to 11. Then I caught the second one down here up to filling the gap, even though I didn't take my profit at the full of the gap. It was somewhere here, somewhere. That was a 1 to 5. So, you know, the 1 to 11.
I caught that long as well into the gap.
Great, yeah. Yeah,
but I caught if you remember, this was the day when we actually were in the opposite direction, because I remember on this day, I was selling towards that low, whereas you were holding along from the previous day's low, right? And then I actually got out of that trade, and the next morning I saw price was looking, because I had my eyes on the gap, and I was like, at some point that gap is going to get filled. So the next day when price traded back into the range, I was able to catch the long on the following day, right into that to fill that gap. So that was a very nice move. After that, the next day after that, it was also a really nice successive run to the upside.
Yeah. See, I didn't like once I got this once this gap was filled, I didn't place any more trades. I was waiting for this diagonal touch. Right. So like if I expect price to go there, for example, I don't necessarily take profit there. I take profit at, like, I try to look at where can it realistically go, and then reduce my take profit lower.
Right. So you always want to take profit at the next most reasonable place. Anything beyond that is always a gamble.
Yeah. And then the risk reward ratio,
you have to be quick with taking profit as well. So
yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so I mean, and also the risk reward ratio needs to make sense. So if it's a 1-to-1, I'm not interested. I know a lot of people are successful with 1-to-1s, but for me, no. Like you know, like you win one trade, oh yeah, next one's a loss. Oh no, next one's a winner. All right,
oh yeah,
next one is a loss. So it doesn't work for me. But anyway, to get back to this trade, so got some two beautiful moves to the upside, and then just waited patiently for this diagonal touch, and we got it, and now it found support there. So that's where I exit the trade. I try to look at, Igor, are you familiar with this platform? Because I'm trying to look at my closed positions. I can't find it. And by the way, you'll see there's a lot of trades here, and the reason for that, let me just explain to you what happened here. When I got this platform, and this happened in the session, so you know, it's on video. I placed like a bunch of trades, but nothing happened. Like the trades didn't want to open. It was like on XRP and Bitcoin. It's like, you'll see they're all at the same time as well. And nothing happened. And about 5 or 10 minutes later, ring, there's all the positions. Oh shit! I had to close them all out. But anyway, I can't see the latest gold trade. It just shows the pound US dollar trade, and so I don't know. This is closed positions. I can't find it.
But it is there. I have a problem with that too, and this is why I'm still using the old platform.
Oh, what do you mean? Which one is that?
The same thing, but the old, I think the old version. It's Google Trade. So how to call this?
Oh yeah, this is
Google Trade as well.
Yes.
So this is matchstick. You need to take a matchstick to it. But
yes.
The other one is the other one is DX. I think it's a DX trade or something.
Yes, DX
trade. DX trade. Yeah.
So anyway, for me, on gold, I'm just going to sit back a little bit, because I do think that the dollar index is going to move lower, and we could potentially break this diagonal line, right? And right, especially with this, like if this head and shoulders pattern fails, and it breaks that diagonal line, then my bias will shift. But for now, right now, I'm pretty neutral. I don't think we had a good spot the way I trade and identify opportunities. I don't like this spot. I don't like that spot at all. But again, there has been some very, very good opportunities in the last week or so. So yeah, that's gold. I'm sure, Walter, you'll be able to add your 2 cents, or maybe more than 2 cents, right? $2 million. You'll add your $2 million to gold in a minute. But that's gold. And then if we look at the pound US dollar, now this is the trade I'm in. You can see, probably saw that earlier. The level I identified in the sessions was actually marked it really nice here on the MT4, was 1.34343. That was the level I identified, and that's based off the weekly resistance. Now you may look here and go, well, what's that? Where did you get your resistance from? It's not coming from these most recent levels. It comes from the weekly resistance before it broke out. Okay, so you can't see it on this Hola Prime. Oh, maybe no, you can't. You see, this is all the data they have, but you can see it on if I go to the weekly, right, you'll see exactly what I mean. Oh, gee, okay. You want to play that game? Okay. So this high here, you see that high, not these little, peaks through and coming back and a bit of a mess here. That's the actual high, and then you broke out. And now you are retesting this weekly resistance level, and that is the 1.34343 level. So we were trading at that level this morning, actually. Where was this? No, sorry, this is over. This is the Asian session, like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning while I'm sleeping. But this morning when I had a look, this is like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. On the smaller time frames, now I will go like the support or the level of interest has to come from a longer time frame, 4 hour, daily, weekly, whatever. But in terms of my entry, especially if it's like a static horizontal support resistance line, I will go down as small as the 15-minute time frame to see if I can find my opportunity there. Now, on the 15-minute time frame, if you look at this morning here, there was just this sideways range. So very difficult to find an opportunity in these type of conditions, right? It's very spiky, it's noisy, it's not really easy to find an entry here, right? This is in the morning, right? So, but on the half an hour, same thing. Like it's not clear. Oh, are you going to go lower or higher? What's going on? So that's what I do. I go up on the time frames until the noise disappears and the picture becomes clear. And that happens on the 4 hour time frame. So you can see that bearish candle piercing through, and there's that beautiful inside candle closing back above the weekly resistance area. The weekly support, because it broke through. Now it's support right on that level of interest. And then I just wait. If you pay attention to where the entry was, you'll see it's just when it broke the high of that candle. That's why I entered the trade, and the stop loss just below there. So that's the reason for this particular trade. Now I'm targeting the previous highs, even though I think it can go higher. But this is a 1-to-4 risk reward ratio. Now the other thing I want to mention is, like, if you feel like you've missed this, this can pull back. This can pull back and form. It's going to do one or two things, right? It's either going to pull back right to this weekly support, or you're going to, ideally, this is what I would like to see, is like a divergence in price. Okay, so it's going to come back and form a higher low and then push back up, and so you want to see some bearish action and then a bullish candle, and then that would be an opportunity. So you can still have a very decent risk reward ratio, right? Especially when you see, but I do think it's going to retrace first. But this is a beautiful entry for me right there. The best risk reward ratio trades is when you can like really get a nice entry on the 15-minute, because obviously the ATRs is smaller on the 15 and get really nice. So you're obviously by default putting on size because your stop is so tight. And that's where you get really nice risk reward ratio trades. The 4 hour is not ideal, but in this case, that was the only spot. There was nothing anywhere else. So that's why the entry was based on the 4 hour. So that's the trade I'm currently in. And
that's a really good trade. Really, really, really nice opportunity that you took.
Yeah, those are. I mean, my favorite. There are 3 setups that like really good setups. Is bounce off support in an existing uptrend, right? Very easy, straightforward.
Easy,
and
straightforward
then,
trade. Yeah.
Yeah. The second one is a breakout and retest, which is what this is. So if you have in an uptrend, which we are in the pound US dollar, when you add a resistance level, those are the worst times to trade. At the resistance in an uptrend at a resistance level, worst time to trade. I don't really like to take those trades unless you can get a really nice pullback with an obvious entry, which is what happened here. We did get a pullback, and if you focus on smaller time frames and you identify your levels, and then you can identify that an entry for a nice breakout. But the retest after the breakout, those are great opportunities. And then the third one is that the third touch of a diagonal line, right, on gold, like when you can clearly identify like a divergence on price on a longer time frame.
Right.
And then if you can get a third touch, those are also pretty nice opportunities. So yeah, so that's the what's this? What are we looking at? Oh yeah, the pound US dollar, the British pound US dollar. So it looks a bit different on this platform because the times are not the same. So the 4-hour candles start and close at different times. But yeah, I would not look at this one. I'll probably look at my own platform, but it would look like this, right? So yeah, so that's the pound US dollar. The other market I wanted to have a look at is the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ had an insane open overnight, right? Look at, you see it's not completely engulfing that candle. But let me show you on the smaller time frames what I mean. You guys, it looks like a few pip moves on the smaller time frames. This is the overnight session. Where do you see the time? Anyway, this was overnight. This was the overnight Asian session. Massive push to the upside, and with the market open, I think the market opened around here, and it just crashed right.
Because of the news, I will later display what's happened, but it was a really crazy night.
Yeah, well, I was sleeping back then. I had a dream about that, but I woke up. Anyway, so the NASDAQ is just being pretty much engulfed. So the daily, I pointed this out in, over the last few days. But see, I actually had a divergence line here, even though I know it was a bit premature and nothing was kind of set in stone or it wasn't confirmed or anything like that. But I was expecting, even though, again, I didn't say it exactly at that point, but to get some sort of divergence in price, even though we looked like we're going to make the high or perhaps even higher, a new high, we could fall short. It's just very difficult to determine exactly where it's going to fall short. This could be it, or it could not. Now, I'm not interested again in the NASDAQ for a swing trade or anything like even intraday trading. Simply because of where we are right now, right? So for me, we need to if we fall short and come back to the support level here, I'll be interested in a bounce, but then ultimately a short. That's the one scenario. The second thing is it can go to the highs, and then you are at a resistance level in an overall uptrend because the trend on the longer time frames is up on the NASDAQ, right? So I would not be interested in that either. It needs to, like very similar to the pound US dollar, it either needs to just pull back and give you a nice entry to go back up, or it needs to just break out and then give you a retest. But where it's currently at, it's I feel this is in the middle of nowhere. It's a bit tricky to trade for me based on how I like to trade. I just like to trade off key levels, very strong support resistance levels, diagonal lines. They just present the best opportunities with the best risk reward ratios. The rest are not really worth taking for me. So yeah, that's the NASI, and then Bitcoin. Bitcoin has formed like it's definitely making, it made that lower high. This is the 4-hour time frame. It doesn't really want to break this neckline. So Bitcoin is still something I'm not really interested in. I know, Walter, you focus on smaller time frames, so it'd be very interesting to see or to get your take on how you're approaching Bitcoin, because we don't.
I look at both the higher and the lower, but the definitely lower time frame for trading. But today was a bearish day as a short day. It's still something I'm still short on until price takes out that low you've just identified.
Okay.
But I can talk about this in more detail later on.
Yeah. So for me on Bitcoin, because of where we are on the longer time frame, see, this is also an area that I don't like, because you're in an uptrend, but you add a resistance area. So that is always, it's not ideal. Just like on the pound US dollar and the other examples I just gave, it's like it's not as good as when Bitcoin is in an uptrend and you go to a support level. Remember that one? This is very different. This is a very different opportunity compared to where you are right now, right? Because it's like two forces clashing, the longs and the shorts. You're at a resistance level, but it's also in an uptrend. So I don't really like this. I would prefer for us to just come lower and then maybe find an opportunity to go long. But right now, I'm staying. I've been staying away from Bitcoin for some time now, because the opportunities for me, based on our high trade, hasn't been that clear. And that is that's it from me for now. I can hand over to any one of you gentlemen who would like to take over.
Can I maybe take
just so I can have a more comparison with Jannie's gold and
because
we look at pretty much the same thing except for
excellent.
Except for the NASDAQ.
No problem.
All right, so I won't be too long. There's just going to be a quick exposition of both Bitcoin and gold in terms of what I'm looking at over the next few days. So, I mean, gold has had a very nice week. It was a nice start of the week for me for gold, but it did me dirty yesterday. Yesterday was because the thing is with gold, I had this target level set from last week, and even like in my previous sessions, I talked about this as well. I said that, so after price took out the level that Jannie mentioned earlier, which was this, so if I just zoom in a little bit more, zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, so one thing I mentioned was like after price had traded, where's the gap that formed? It's somewhere here.
I know that feeling. It's like, where are you?
I was losing a bit of perspective for a second, but I found myself now. So the general idea was, anyways, for the market to have traded right into sort of this bearish order block. This was just a general area of interest. And then after that, obviously, I was anticipating a slump to the downside. But it was a very interesting one. So I'm going to talk about this actually in a few hours in terms of what happened there. But the general setup when the market traded right into these previous, so if I just zoom all the way out, it's a bit frustrating because I don't have my bigger monitors in front of me right now as traveling, but bear with me for a second.
Nice.
There we go. Now we have a better perspective here. Perfect. Right. So the general idea was Bitcoin was going to sell off after price filled the imbalance that was created in the previous weeks. And the sell-off would take place into a daily sell side. So that daily sell side was essentially this daily imbalance, right? So this was a move that I'd already delineated like weeks before. So the next step after obviously identifying a potential trajectory was to focus on price action and seek to trade in line with it. And so leading up to that, it was pretty good. Even earlier this week on Tuesday, Tuesday was a very nice trading day because again, it was a very, in the morning, I identified a sell opportunity and took that sell down. Now, I did anticipate maybe that because I was like, okay, price is going to head to this low. Is this going to be the day that price would take down the low, right? So I held this trade, I took partial. So when price took out this low and traded back into the range, I got a little bit hesitant because I basically sold somewhere up here during the London, so during like going into the London session. So when price trapped back into the range, I closed some with my profit, but I held the rest. And the price came back up, and the next day came up again, took me out of the rest of the trade. So I was like, cool. The market has traded into this point of equilibrium. That equilibrium I'd marked out was basically the midpoint. So when the market gave this massive expansive move to the downside, right, that equilibrium was the 50% point of this range, right? So that's a very major price action. So I was like, okay, price traded right into the equilibrium point. Fantastic. So what I anticipated from here was a rejection and a continuation to the downside. And that's exactly what happened. It was just unfortunate because on this day, actually, which is actually yesterday, I was looking to actually sell, right? And it was a very interesting one because my initial sell actually took place. So I initially sold essentially within, so when the market basically came and created this high, right? It essentially I was going to sell off this was on Tuesday, and then that trade failed. So the next day I was like, cool, no worries. I'm going to wait for the market to give me another sell signal, right? So the market did give another sell signal right there, but I missed this, right? I missed this trade because this confirmation happened outside of my usual trading window, which is like the first 3 hours of London and the first 3 hours of Asia. So the first 3 hours of Asia and the first 3 hours of London. So when I looked at this like later in the day, right, I saw the price was already all the way down here because price essentially was rallying in Asia and then it basically accumulated in London. So I thought, oh my God, is this move going to actually happen? And then New York session kicked in, and that's when price began to rally. And at this point, I was out at dinner because I don't trade New York session every single day. So I was out at dinner, and then I basically had a random price alert somewhere down here, like at the low of this range, and it went off, and that was when price took out this low. And I looked at my phone, and I was like, damn, I've missed this move, haven't I? But then I thought it's okay because the market always, can sometimes come back and give you another opportunity to get in. So anyways, I woke up this morning anticipating maybe there might be a pullback and I'll be able to get in a nice short continuation. But lo and behold, what happened open of Asia today, price just dropped right into that daily imbalance, right into that H1, H4 SST. So again, that was a very, very aggressive move to the downside, very sustained run. No problem. So you miss one trade. The best thing to do is rather than chasing the market, the next best thing I did was I just waited for the next opportunity for me to take a trade. So the next opportunity happened today in the London Open. When the market basically came back up, it gave a break of structure to the upside. So this is a classic break retest trade. Break of structure to the upside. My area of interest was at the bullish order block. So I took a pending order at the bullish order block. Stop loss went right below the low. Right. So again, this was something that was a very classic setup. Price came right to my order and pinged me in. And then I was just simply aiming to get out at the high of this initial range. So that was just over a 1 to 1.7 R to R. I really wanted this to be a bigger R to R, but of course that would have meant having a tighter stop loss, and that would have broken my rule. So as a rule in my trading plan, my stop always goes below the order block. So if it's a wide order block, it would have to be a wide stop. If it's a shorter range, then obviously it would be a narrower stop loss. So So this was like the reversal move in line with the bearish move that happened earlier today. Done.
Yeah,
so now the question is
that is a beautiful retest. I just quickly have a question on the actual entry. Do you place your pending order like right on the line or just slightly above it, or how do you play that?
I always account for spread, so I always place it right just slightly above by just about like 0.5 pips. So that's why. So stuff like because I know that a lot of time that the market can just tap from the order block, so I always account for spread, and my pending is always slightly above.
Or just miss it, right? It can just miss it as well.
Yeah, so it's happened to me a few times. Like the only time now that an entry for me would miss is if the market calms down and doesn't retest the order block at all, right? Or it doesn't even come close to retest. Like in this case, let's say that this isn't unmitigated order block when the market broke out and failed to retest, right? So something like this, for example, I would highlight because price would usually come up at some point to retest these kind of ranges. So it would act as an area of future take profit level for me. But in a situation like this, right, if I had my pending order there and price didn't trigger me in, then for me, it's just a case of, okay, it's an unmitigated order block. But I always anticipate it doesn't always have to be a deep retest. It could be a shallow retest. So my pending order would always be like just slightly above the order block to compensate for spread as well.
Yeah,
that's beautiful. I mean, I nearly gave you a round of applause. That's just amazing. It's a beautiful trade.
Thank you.
Now, that is exactly what I like to breakout retest. I mean, if you're watching, it has to be part of your playbook. Breakout retest. It is
a classic set. You can just have a playbook of just breakout retest alone. But of course, like there are nuances to breakout retest because it's not always the case that you will have a validated setup, right? So, but yeah, so this is like it's just a classic trade to always have be always ready to take. But yeah, so missing a trade doesn't always mean like missing the next one, right? Because whenever I miss a trade, my idea is the next one is always around the corner. And one thing that was a dead giveaway that this could happen later in the day was the fact that at the open of Asia, price had vector accelerated away from the 50 minutes range at the start of the session. So there's actually a pattern with gold that I recognize and I always trade in line with. So the first part is at the start of the trading day or the trading session, I always identify the most recent 15 minutes range that formed, right? And a lot of the time, the market will interact around that range. It would either break the range, retest, continue, or it will accumulate within that trading range, or it will just trade outside of that range and fail to retest. But in that latter scenario where the market breaks away from the range and fails to retest, for me, that usually is a giveaway that the market is going to seek to come back to that area, either within the same session, or if the market trades away from this range and accumulates into New York session, the next day, like 9 times out of 10, the market is potentially going to come back up to that range. So that's why I always leave these levels highlighted, because it just gives me an idea or like a compass of what price could potentially do in the near future. But yeah, so
just one question. Sorry, what was the price level when you enter into the long trade for gold?
What was the price level?
Yes, just can
you read? So the price level so 3,266.7.
I wonder. I'll tell you. Let me tell you where I want to show you where I got out. I got out at 3,275.
You got out of 3,275.
Yes. So my indicator shows the same level. So I just wanted to test that. Do you use a trading view? Do you use a trading view right now?
Yeah, I'm using TradingView right now.
Can you add just one indicator right now on your chart, just to see is that level?
Absolutely.
Of course, first set to be 15 minutes time frame. 15 minutes, and choose indicator that's called breakout and retest.
By Igor.
No. By Algo Alpha. Yes, but Algo Alpha. It's a free indicator. Yes.
Algo Alpha. There we go.
Yes.
Found it. All right.
Yes, and you will see this buy signal here. Yes, it's that level, I think.
So the breakout was at this level, and of course the retest.
Yes.
Then after that,
and this indicator works very well if you use a futures gold, because you have a real volumes, and then you can get really good levels using this indicator and retest. It's a really valuable thing. Yes.
Interesting. Okay. So what exactly does a breakout retest? What does this indicator measure in order to identify these levels? Like what is it looking for?
The same thing. Just watch levels, wait for retest, but calculate the volume too, and where is the buying and selling pressure, and based of that creates some kind of the good positions for that. So
all right. So also this is a real volume analysis indicator.
Yes, but you need to use on futures to get real volumes, because you don't have CFDs.
Right. I see. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. So it's a good I'll call it like a good trading wheel to also help with identifying really nice breakout retest opportunities.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for that.
Yeah,
just before I move on to, sorry. Darian?
No, I was going to ask, Igor, do you use that indicator, or is it just like, are you just
yes, I use it in live sessions here a lot of times, because sometimes I miss to see retest price level. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, especially if I trade some asset not very often, you know. For example, British pound dollar, euro dollar, I'm always there. But if some other asset like gold or something like that, I like to have some indicator just to show me that levels.
Okay.
I see. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm going to play around with it later on when I have some time after the session and sort of like see if it lines up with some of where I would usually enter the market. But yeah, now thanks for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So with regards to sort of my longer term projection for gold, now I understand, of course, like there's two possibilities right now. And like I always say, the market tends to do two things. It goes from buy side to sell side to buy side, right? It's just that logical flow of liquidity run. And right now we've seen the market has tapped into a major sell side pool at the daily imbalance. It literally filled that imbalance to the T, to the pip, right?
Yeah.
And then after that was a very strong rejection to the upside. And now it looks like the market is heading towards the next area of major buy side pool of the daily, which is the daily high. So this is basically the high from last week. So so it'll become, so it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, like we have 2 more days. Well, today's Thursday. We have 1 more day left this week. I'm curious to see where the market will close at the end of this week. It's very possible we could see the market trade all the way back towards its high. But it's also very possible as well that the market could take out some sort of internal liquidity pool, and then from there we could see a bearish continuation to the downside. So internal liquidity pool would obviously not be obvious on the daily, because right now the next buy side pool that we can see on the daily is the swing high. So to identify areas of potential interest for internal liquidity pools, I'm going to use the 4-hour and the 1 hour. So on the 4-hour time frame, the next area of sort of like internal liquidity is this 4-hour high that I've highlighted here. And this is a very important area to look at, because a very good possibility is the market could simply take out this H4 high, right? And then from there, we could see a potential accumulation for a period, because gold has a tendency to go through periods of accumulation. So the market might hold its level in this range for maybe a day or two, and then we could see a potential drop to the downside. Or alternatively, we could see a break above this H4 high, and then a retest of that high. And then obviously from there, we could see a continuation towards that sort of like daily high that we've marked out there. So, so right now, again, I'm not committing as to whether gold is going to trade all the way back up to the daily BST or not. But one thing I'm obviously looking at is I'm anticipating the market to take out the 4-hour high. That's most likely going to happen. And let's say that, for example, the market closes in this range, and then tomorrow morning I see a nice pullback into the range. Then the idea is I want to be buying into that H4 high, right? That's a very obvious target for me to trade into. But let's say tomorrow morning the market, when I say morning, I mean Asia session. Tomorrow morning, let's say the market has taken out this 4-hour high. Then of course the idea is to wait for either the market to give a very aggressive break to the downside on the 15 or 30 minutes time frame, and then I look to take a continuation down to the downside, or I wait for the market to give a confirmation of a new bullish break to the upside, and then I seek to trade a bullish continuation from there. So that's just generally. So right now, like with trading, I always like to have a compass. So my initial compass was this daily imbalance. Now the price has taken that out. My next compass point is the 4-hour high. So it's a question of how can I identify a trade towards that 4-hour high. So right now, if we take a look on the 30 minutes, because if you've been in a few sessions with me, I like to use this thing called market cycles. The market cycles is how I identify trend, and it's how I time myself when I enter trends as well. So there are 3 different very important parts of a market cycle. The first part is, of course, the point where price breaks structure. The second part is the first high created after the break of structure. And the third part is the final swing point after price creates that break of structure. And thereafter, that we could either have a reversal, a correction that could lead to a reset and a continuation of that trend cycle. So in this case, obviously, we've seen a full bullish cycle to the upside. The market gave a mini contraction, And then I saw the beginning, a reset of a new bullish cycle. So we've seen that first point of break of structure. And now we're in that second point, right? So the market has only created that second high. So from here, I'm anticipating one more push to the upside. So this is how I time my trade. So if I'm anticipating one more push to the upside, where I usually, my area of interest is typically the most recent order block, right? So the most recent order block on the 30 minutes time frame is this bearish candle right here. I know it's different to what some people conceive as an order block, right? If you don't see it as an order block on this time frame, like trust me, if you go down to, let's say, the 5 minutes time frame, it'll be a bit more obvious, right? So you need to learn to use one time frame to identify what the next time frame could say. So yeah, so the most recent order block is this. Like most traders would have had the area of interest all the way down here, right? So they'll have been like, I'm going to wait for price to retest here if I'm going to trade long. But then you're missing out a great opportunity to actually buy from the recent order block, because from here, the market could give a very aggressive push to the upside, trade above this H4 high, and also into this unmitigated order block, which would act as a final area for me to take profit. So this is a general idea, all right? Right now, obviously, I'm not in this. I actually missed this long. So, but if the market were to come back down into retest that same order block, I'm going to buy again, or I'm going to look to go long at the order block with my stop going below the low, and then my final target is going to be that unmitigated zone. So this is a potential R to R of like a 1 to 2.4. So again, I'll keep you guys posted and see if like this obviously retest later on within the session. Now, with regards to Bitcoin,
oh, sorry, just before you move on, Walter, we've got a question here. Hi, Andre, Mark, nice to see you. Mark is asking, what is the big gray box? So
what is the big gray box? Which one? Because there's quite a few. The big gray box is my daily. So that's the daily sell side target. It's a daily imbalance, right? So this was the daily area of sell side liquidity. That's the big gray box, right? So we can see that that's where the market traded into, perfectly rejected that imbalance, and then from there we saw that rejection to the upside. Is there any other gray box on here? The only other gray box is this unmitigated order block with the red lines around it. So this acts as an area of profit taking opportunity, because of course the market will potentially gravitate to rebalance the book. So again, with the market, there's just two fundamental things that's always at play. Obviously, is the move from one area of liquidity to another, and of course, it's the idea of the market seeking to rebalance itself. So it's imbalances created, and then rebalancing that takes place after that. So yeah. Any other questions?
Well, Andre doesn't have a question, but he says Igor now puts water in Jannie's beer and tells him that the pound US dollar will fall to 1.329. Igor will never put water in my beer. He'll never do that. What are you talking about, Andre?
I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
That is funny. That is funny. All right. So I'm good. I want to hand it over to Igor shortly. So let me just quickly talk about Bitcoin dollar before I hand it over to Igor. So Bitcoin right now, if you just look at the bigger picture on this, right, it looks very simple. Bitcoin is accumulating, right? So this is a very big accumulating range, right? And it's a question of, again, at some point, market will break out of this range or whatever. But within this picture, right, let me just show you guys the bigger picture, because for me, I was actually bearish on this. I did want to go short on this today, but the market traded into the sell zone sort of like very late into my trading session. So I was like, okay, I would save this potential short trade for tomorrow. But then again, very fast move in New York session today to the downside, and the market traded right into that daily target below. So again, if I just go to the daily, this was my anchor point, right? So the general idea for me was Bitcoin was going to correct down to this daily low. Why? Because this daily low is the next most recent area of sell side liquidity pool, after prices obviously taken out a lot of buy side over the past couple of weeks. So now that the market has taken out a major sell side pool, the question is this: are we going to see Bitcoin now reject and trade back into the next area of buy side pool at the most recent high that was created at 110,000, and even potentially even higher to 112, right? That's now the next question. Or are we going to see Bitcoin correct to an internal liquidity pool. So an internal liquidity pool will be identified on 4 hour and 1 hour. And then from that internal liquidity buy side pool, we could then see a potential further decline into lower sell side liquidity pools, such as the low of 102,000, and of course the lower low of 100,000 being the next low after that, right? So that for me right now is the bigger question. So the answer to that question for me is, to, of course, number one, in a 4 hour time frame, where is the next area of internal sell side liquidity? Well, the answer to that question is the swing highs. The swing high is 109,200. This is the next area of internal sell side liquidity pool. So obviously right now, Bitcoin has obviously purged that daily SSD. There is a chance, by the way, that Bitcoin could keep trading a bit lower and actually close below this low before we do see a rejection back into the range, right? So just bear that in mind. Just because the market is wicked below a low doesn't mean the move is done, right? The market could wick, pull back, close, and the next candle, aggressive shift below that low, and then we could see that move. And the reason to always anticipate that is to understand what's actually going on behind the screen, because a lot of traders would have anticipated Bitcoin taking out this low, right? So therefore, if you're a trader, if you're someone that's trading perpetuals, so perpetuals is the on-chain version of a derivative like CFDs, right? So a lot more like crypto centric people would tend to trade Bitcoin using perpetuals. So if you were trading perps and you basically went short, right, most of the traders will have taken a profit below this low. But at the same time, if you were a long-term buyer of Bitcoin and you were looking to add onto your long position, or you were looking to buy more Bitcoin at a discounted price, again, where is the area that you'll be interested in? It would be below this low of 107. So this is an area where two things would have happened. Number one, new buyers would have got it into the market. Number two, sellers would have taken a profit below this low, right? But now, here's where things could get pretty interesting, because we don't know where the weight and balance of both buyers and sellers fall right now, right? But one thing we can see is that the rejection is clearly indicated that there was sufficient liquidity below this low to fuel the sell demand that came down into that low, right? So there was sufficient liquidity, hence why the market rejected. So now the question is this: are we going to see new sellers come into the market? And if we do see a lot of new sellers come into the market, right, they could potentially push price below this low, because whatever liquidity that sat here is no longer there anymore. So therefore, there will be no longer any resistance to stop price if price were to keep trading below this low. So what I'm now looking for is, again, where are we within a current trend regime on the 15 minutes and the 30 minutes time frames? Well, the first is, of course, we've seen that initial break of structures to the downside. The market has now delivered that second low, the first low created after the break of structure. That's the second point of interest. So right now, one thing that my cycles is telling me on the 30 minutes is one more low is imminent, right? It's very likely that the market will trade below this low and deliver one more low. Another thing is, of course, the 800 EMA. 800 EMA, I've mentioned many times, acts as an area of dynamic support and resistance. So right now, the market is very close to the 800, and from my experience, I've seen this many, many times, when the market is close to the 800 EMA on the 30, the 15, the 1, or the 4, it will very likely trade into that 800 EMA. And then if we take a look on the 15 minutes time frame, 15 minutes has given a full bearish cycle to the downside. So we see the first instance, the first low, breakout structure, second low, and then of course we've seen that final low that was created below the daily SST. Now the market has contracted to the upside, right? It's contracted, but it didn't break structure to the upside. Rather, what did the market do? Well, the market traded into a bearish order block. So now what I'm curious to see on the 15 minutes time frame, and this would be a very, very key indicator of some sort of a continuation to the downside, is if we do see a break of structure on the 15 minutes time frame, it looks like something like this. Then what we could do is, of course, the idea would be I would be seeking to trade a sell continuation from the bearish order block in line with that 30 minutes sell structure, right? So that's just the general idea behind this. So right now, based on the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame, Bitcoin is still bearish in the short term, right? It's still bearish.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. All right, there's a question, Mark. Oh, sorry. Carry on.
No, go for it.
No, Mark's just asking, Jannie, please show me on the gold chart where you exit your gold trade and what was the decision to exit the trade, please. Okay. Yeah, I can do that for you. Just once Walter has finished his sentence.
I mean, I'm pretty much done, right? So that's the general idea. So Bitcoin bearish right now in the short term, and the idea is I'm looking to trade into 106,500 and potentially even lower. So again, I could potentially take a trading session. What I'm waiting for now is to see if Bitcoin would sort of like give me some sort of a break of structure to the downside on the 15 minutes time frame, and then I'll be looking to take the retest continuation move from there. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say with Bitcoin and gold. So gold, I'm bullish up until 3,331, and then Bitcoin, I'm currently bearish up until price gets below 106,475. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Walter. That was excellent. Andre says, Jannie, better clear this trade by hand.
Yes.
What are you talking? What are you talking about, Andre? All right, so I'll quickly show you the reason why I got out of gold. So I got out of gold because I was just tired of holding it. Over to you, Igor. No, I'm joking. All right, so this is the gold trade. Now, remember, we identified, or actually it wasn't here. I think, Mark, you were in the session when we identified the potential levels where this might find support, okay? And that was on, was it on the 4 hour? Yeah, it was on the 4 hour time frame. So the levels we identified was where this trade can potentially go to was over there. That was the first one. So you just basically identify the pivots. So that was the first level. The second level was over there. And there was a number of them, Mark, if you can remember. There was that one there. There was one over here. And then we also had the very low, okay? So those were the levels. And how do we know to which level it's going to go to? Well, as we spoke about, you look at how price action behaves once you get too close to one of these levels. If it just breaks through, you hold on to the next support level and see how price behaves there. But if it breaks through this level and it kind of struggles here, you don't get out of your trade. You wait for the next support level. And that's how you play it. And you can, see if it can potentially go further. But in this particular case, I can show you on this platform because it will be more clear. You see here on the 4 hour time frame. So these are two of the 4 levels or whatever. So when I saw this bullish candle and the next candle was just pushing through, that's when I entered the trade. Like I said, the 3275, which was about, something like that. Okay, a little bit like there somewhere. Let's just have a look at the actual price. So the price was 3275.9. 3275.9 is when I closed the trade, right? So that is, it's around there. Okay, let's not split hairs here. But that's the reason why I got out, because it did find support at the levels we identified, and you can see the bullish rejection. That's when you close the trade. I hope that answers your question, Mark. Andre, I don't know what you mean by I better clear this trade by hand. Do you mean like something we're not allowed to talk about? But anyway, so
you have to clear it manually. Just do a money grab.
All right, so that's that's the reason why I got out of the trade. I hope that answers your question, Mark. So Igor, you're finally going to get something to say.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Igor has been itching to go. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So on the beginning, first to talk about my trade, and then I will explain everything. So I hope it will be interesting. Now, first to show you my trade. My trade can be executed right now. I executed, I think, 1 hour before this session, and the price is still the same. So soon, I hope that you will see platform. Yes. So I had a trade. I purchased British pound dollar at 1.3480. My stop loss is 1.3445, and my take profit is 1.362. So I risk 35 pips, try to achieve 140 pips. I know this trade I will modify during the time, so I will move my stop loss. I know that we will have several potential targets, 1.352, 356, and finally 362. But I will explain everything of this. I just want to share this trade, just you to know. And now we'll talk about the question that Andre asked, Igor, what analysis for US dollar index? And first, I will start from that because it's a really, really interesting. So I'm starting to show something that I have never seen in my life. So guys, please watch the chart this for US dollar index. And you can see what's happened this night. So this gap I have never seen in the US dollar index. I think I saw this. I remember when I watch, I think the Brexit or something like that. I see these crazy spikes, but after that, I didn't see a long time. So first, what I want to share with you is what's happened this night. And I think it's interesting because there was the news just after the midnight. And the U.S. Trade Court ruled that the President Trump overstepped his authority by imposing widespread tariffs under a law, and that doesn't specially allow them. And what's happened is this is huge because all these tariff wars that we just watch right now, maybe this is not legal, and this issue is expected to move to the Supreme Court. And when this news was on market, it was so huge spike that I think that we can see that US dollar index from 99.8 went up to the 100.5. It was really huge. A couple percent just went up, and the whole market just everything really, really crazy during the Asia session. And what's happened then, I had a trade, very good trade. I explained that trade yesterday, and it's just be closed. Of course, 20 pips stop loss was there. And the problem was everything changed after this news because the market react really, really, really crazy. And I will just show what's happened and what was my plan yesterday. So this is the US dollar index. I figure out there is several touch points in the relative strength index trend line, 1, 2, 3, and I expected the 4. And you can see just before this news happened, we're very, very close to touch this trend line and start to go down. And I was pretty sure that without that news, during the Asia session, we will start to go down with US dollar index, and everything would be clear and excellent. So the catch was that the market, like Jannie said, market was wanted to retest 1.344 level. Actually, it's a zone between 1.3435 to 1.345. And market just wanted to retest on British pound dollar this level, the same level, similar levels in the euro dollar, etc. And we got that. We got that yesterday. I will just show you that. So yesterday, this is the daily chart. Today, you can see the daily low. The daily low was 1.345. So we visited, retest, and everything was perfect. After that, we should go up. First, we have a consolidation period, several hours. Everything was nice. And then this news changed a lot of things, but it was a short time lived. So we went up to 1.342, and then we started to go a little bit higher, and we broke this trend line on British pound dollar, and in the same time, we broke on the US dollar index. It was this moment here. So the moment when we broke this trend line was during the Frankfurt Open. So during the Frankfurt Open, we created, I think it was around 30 pips move. And that 30 pips move in 1 hour just created the break of structure in euro dollar, British pound dollar, US dollar index, and everything started to be nice. I enter into the trade, a very, very good level for British pound dollar. And I will just show that moment on the chart. It was this candle at 1.3455. I entered just when we broke this trend line. I entered into the trade. Everything was fine.
You got like
to go up.
You got 2 pips. Sorry, you got a 2 pip better entry than me. I got in at 1.34476.
But you didn't hear my stupidity. This is the problem. I went there and everything was fine. This is when someone like me sometimes forget to just respect the rules and follow that rules. And I didn't do that, and this was the problem. So what's happened here? I'll just show one thing just to see how that was simple, and I didn't see it. I went to the 1 minute chart for all these days. I will just zoom out as I can. Just a very important level. Just a moment. It was, I think, here. Yes, this level here, 1.3446. During the Asia session, we tried 3 times we retest this level. I will just show that on the 1 minute chart to see that. This is I took the wrong line. This is the 1 minute chart. I will choose a horizontal line. This is better. Yes. So look this. We were here, then we went down. Here we went down, and several times, and then we broke that. And you can see this line should be my new stop loss. And I should do that, but I didn't do that. And in the moment when I got this crazy, just to show you that, it was, I think, in 10 minutes, 20 pips down. And in that moment, when I saw 20 pips in few minutes, I was afraid that I will lose the trade and very good levels and everything. And I closed with a few pips of profit. And after that, the market started to go up, and I lose the trade. But the good things was that you have always opportunity to enter into the trade after the pullback. So what I did, I realized that there was time hourly chart, just some kind of this bullish bearish validation point. And I realized that in the moment when we broke this simple moving average 50, it was really, really clear bullish trend on 1 hour chart. Of course, we had this trend line breakout earlier, and I knew that we will try to retest these 2 hourly candles to go down, and I enter into the trade. So my level 1.348 that I have right now is actually retesting on simple moving average 50, and I re-enter into the trade while I had 25 pips better opportunity a few hours before that, but because of my stupidity, I made a stupid loss, of course. But this is about this trade, and the levels are the same from the yesterday. I explained yesterday, if someone watched the session yesterday, what I was looking for. Actually, what I'm looking for, I went to the weekly chart, and I found that we got very similar moves in 2020 and 2021, actually the same levels. So we had 1.344 level. We broke that level. We went to 1.356. Then we went down to 1.345, and then to 1.346. So the exact moves that we have right now, 2 times in December 2021 and I think December 2020 and the January 2021, something like that. But the most important thing is that new level, which is 1.362, which is new level. We didn't reach that level yet, but this is my new target. If the market structure stays bullish and British pound stays bullish, I want to see that level, which is around 130 pips from now. And this is what I'm looking for in the next days. I don't think that we can touch tomorrow, but I think that we can touch in next few days. So this level stays, and this is something that I watch. The other thing that I watch too is euro dollar. The euro dollar, the same story with euro dollar and US dollar index, and everything is the same. While the euro dollar has better, I can say the much better moves here. I will just show you that. So this was the move. I think this was the move during the Frankfurt Open, and this move was around 42 and yes, around 30 pips. Very good move. But the most beautiful move was just a few hours ago when we went from 112.70 to 1.1350. So today euro dollar is crushing. So very good. But the good thing is that British pound dollar is a little bit slower than euro dollar. So euro dollar is a leading forex pair, and British pound leading to try to follow the euro dollar, which means that we are on the lower prices right now for British pound dollar than we should be. And I think that we can see a 60 pips move maybe to the end of this day, at least 30 pips, because British pound dollar can achieve new highs for sure. Euro dollar is, I think, on the last 7 days high, very close. And I think the British pound dollar has 80 pips to the new highs. So we're close there. And I think that we have a real clear bullish trend for euro dollar and British pound dollar, and real bearish trend for US dollar index. And I think that this breakout is really huge. Now we are, I think, almost on the 30 level. So it's insane. It's really insane because during the level 8, and now in afternoon we're on 30. So overbought, oversold, really huge push for the US dollar index, which means that US dollar index on a weekly chart continues to be bearish. I will just show you what is the chart is. As you can see, the last day, the last week was huge bearish candle. Now we have a huge wick, which implies to the bearish look, and we are very close to see maybe tomorrow the bearish weekly candle for US dollar too. So I think that we are on the right step. We are on the trend is clear, and what I'm doing right now, because sometimes we miss good entry set. For example, on a 1 hour chart or 30-minute chart, depending which is prettier. I think here maybe it's prettier 30 minutes. Yes, like this. We can always draw a new trend line that's we are getting right now, and you can see this 45 degrees. We are bullish, so maybe we'll go up and then we'll fall again, and after that pull back, we can enter again. So I missed the level, and now I'm entering in the level again. So there is always opportunity, but the best thing is to enter into the trade when trend is forming in the beginning, in the first breakout. And this is something that I missed today. For 25 pips, I'm worse than expected. But like I said, I think that this trade right now is a 70 pips in profit, and I hope it will be in profit to the end of this day. So this is the British pound dollar and euro dollar. I'm watching the gold, guys. I just
Igor,
watch
how do
few
you
levels here, and
Igor,
yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I was just going to ask briefly.
Yes, I hear you.
How do you plan? It sounds like you're holding these as swing positions. How do you plan to manage it? Where do you plan to take profit, and how long do you, and to what level exactly are you planning to hold it to?
Yes, but first, related to the British pound dollar, I always choose one asset to trade related to the US dollar. So right now, I watch several of them, but I think that British pound dollar has a great risk reward ratio right now. But my idea is I always have 2 to 3 potential targets. What I like to see, I like to close my trade on the end of the day when we, finish the trend. For example, I take the trade in the beginning of the trend and I reach, 70 level on the relative strength index. It's overbought. I always in the profit. I reach the target. I can close my trade. There's no problem there. But sometimes, like now, when we have a couple targets, I put I put my trade the highest target, but I will watch, can we reach that target tomorrow? So tomorrow I will watch 3 targets for British pound dollar. It's a 1.352, 356, and 362. And I will just using like Jannie, average to range, and I will watching that average to range. I will try to calculate where will be the maximum for that day, and I will try to reach that. The problem, tomorrow is Friday. Sometimes Friday is a little bit boring for trading.
Yeah, at times.
And I don't know what will happen tomorrow. But I think that there is a chance, big chance, that we will reach at least 1.356, I think. And I will be ready to close that trade maybe tomorrow afternoon or something like that. But I will watch the push of the market, the strength of the market. Sometimes we reach the new high. It's not impossible. So depending of the today's movement and how much we can reach today, can we go about 1.352 today, for example, for British pound dollar? It's really, there is a lot of questions. So there is a question from Andrew. British pound dollar goes to 1.356 and then fails to the 1.338. I don't know for that. I would like to reach the new high, like 1.362, and then, because this is the new high, and when you have the new high, and on the left side you see that it's a fresh high, there is a probability that we can see the V shape and push downside, and sometimes the bigger move. There is a chance. But right now, for 1.356, it's a revisiting the former resistance, and that I don't think that we can make that strong push downside. And we already have the big push for US dollar index, so I don't see that we can see that big down move for British pound dollar yet. But of course, everything is clear and everything is possible. So there is a possibility for something. But I think that we will first reach 1.362.
Yeah, for me, we've already had the big push lower, right all the way from the 1.358 down to 1.35.
Right.
That was the big push lower, right up to the resistance, the weekly resistance area. That's the retest area. It's not going to come down now. I mean, the probability for it to go lower is very, very low. There's so much confluences on all the time frames, and then you combine that with the dollar index.
I agree.
It's not going to come lower. I mean, for me, where we are right now, especially on the 4-hour time frame, if you don't mind me just quickly take over, because Mark had a question there, and the GU trade I'm just quickly want to show, if you don't mind, Igor, then I'll hand back to you.
Yes, please. I wanted just say just in 5 seconds, but I will continue later. No problem. Just show that.
Yeah, sorry about that, Igor. So if you look, okay,
no
so
problem.
that was. So this is the weekly resistance area where it broke. This is where we struggled here, and then finally broke out, and then we came back. This is the retest level now, right? So that was the weekly resistance. Now it's a support level. That's where this level came from. And if you look at that candle, so this is the entry. Now you're bouncing, you're retesting it, and you're bouncing. You look. We can look at multiple. Confluences. There's even a cup with handle formation on the weekly time frame. If you look, yeah, right. I think it was on the daily or the weekly. I can't remember. Oh, I'm on the wrong chart. If you just look here, real quick. $1. Sorry, maybe I need to go to the right time frame here. Yeah, this is the one. Now, if you look at this. You see, now this is they use this a lot in stocks, not so much in Forex. But this is your cup. A cup is typically when you have two touching points. Okay, so it comes right back to the resistance level, and then you get a pullback which forms a tight handle, which is what you're getting here, right? Now, I'm not trading this as a pattern. It's just, it adds to it's a probability stacker, right? It's a probability stacker. So if you look, this is what we had there, right there. And I'll just draw another one here, okay? So that's your handle. Oh, not like that. This is your handle. This is your cup, your handle, and then you broke out. And then you had a retest on the weekly itself. This is going to push higher, much higher. I'm not saying in a straight line. Of course, there's like pullbacks along the way. But if you look at the longer time frames and you identify the levels where this can go to, ultimately, this is going to go here. This is the weekly time frame. Just bear that in mind. Okay. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of, there's going to be a pushing and shoving, and wants to go down, wants to go up, but it's going to go here. 1.423, 1.425. That's where I see this ultimately go. But there's a lot of like these little pivots along the way. So this would be the first one. 1.37528, and then you've got another one just above that. There's a few of them, but with a weekly time frame, there's obviously a big gap between the first level of resistance and the next one because it's a weekly time frame, right? So there's plenty of opportunity to trade within those levels. But I think ultimately this is the level we could aim for. But this retest level that we just saw here. Right, break this. Let me just quickly show you in case, because I think you joined a little bit late. But the weekly level comes from all that 1.3434. There's a lot of 3.4s there. Is this high here on the weekly time frame, right there? That is the level of resistance. And here we were struggling a bit, and then we finally broke out. And if you go back to the 4-hour time frame, that's your retest, right? That's your retest. And that's where I took the trade when the new candle broke out. So this was the perfect entry. And honestly, you can probably leave this open for some time. It just depends on the swap. It's not like gold. If you short gold, like, when I was short gold, I had a positive swap. If you look here, right? I had like it's not showing it.
Yeah, the positive swap for gold is usually to the downside, but then like if you're going long and holding, the swap for that is quite brutal to the long side.
Yeah, so that's nice when gold goes down, but when you go up, it's the opposite story. But right now, I just want to mention like one thing you can look out for is because you can see we're pushing pretty straight in, up in a pretty straight line, right? Lots of bullish candles. What you want to wait for is a pullback. You want to like hopefully see some bearish action and then a bullish candle to the upside. I think I can probably demonstrate this on that gold trade I took. This is now when we went to the support level the first time. You'll see now what I mean. That's the I recorded a video as well of that one. Where was that support level? Actually, sorry, let me just go back to this level, and so many lines. Oh yeah, this level. Let me just delete all these lines. This is basically what you want to wait for on the pound. Very similar. Okay, so let me just mark out this day, because when I go from the daily to the 15-minute, it's like it's all lost. So there, right? So still lost it. Where are you? Oh yeah, right here, right there. You see that? That's what you want to see. You want to see, like, don't think you've missed anything. Just wait for a pullback, and then you want to see, like, it wants to push back up. Like in this case, you don't want to go to smaller time frames, because it's a bit too choppy. Like even the entry on the pound US dollar, if you look at this one, this entry was found on the 4-hour, because the smaller time frames were just too messy. It was just too messy, too spiky, like rangy, and it's like, so when you get a lot of noise, just go to longer time frames. The noise starts to disappear and the picture becomes clearer. Okay, that was the case here. But to go back to gold, when you see this and you are bullish, because that was the daily support level, and this is where I entered when I saw this divergence. I was waiting for that impulse, right? And I call it an impulse because it's 1 or 2 candles that takes out a bunch of candles. So in this case, these 2 candles took out like 7, 8, the equivalent of 7 or 8 bearish candles. That to me is like, well, there's the buyers. That's where the buyers are. But you don't just jump in there. I mean, you can, but that's a big risk. But if you wait for the pullback and you get that divergence and it wants to push back to the upside, then you can enter. So it's going to be, if you haven't gotten here yet on the pound US dollar, you can play that very similarly. You want to see a pullback, okay? And this could potentially pull back all the way where I entered, or very close to it. And then you want to wait for, so you're going to have to be patient. This is a swing trade. So this is you're going to have to focus on the 4-hour time frame. Wait for the 4-hour.
One thing though, don't you feel aware of that? Because right now, if you look at your previous gold trade, right, in terms of structurally speaking, when you got that initial entry, price taken out that, so you see the cumulative range to the left-hand side. So there was a very aggressive push below that low, which usually is that first indication of reversal in the opposite direction. And then obviously that's when you got that, what I like to call a W formation. It's like an M and a W. So W is to the downside, M is to the upside. But then if you look at pound dollar hasn't really, let's say it comes back down to your entry, the next significant area of any sort of sell side liquidity is actually below, not only below your low, but the low to the left as well. I can see two relative equal lows just to the left of where you entered.
Yeah, so over here, right?
So yeah, that's right. So those 2 lows down there. For example, if the market were to come down and aggressively purge that low, and then gave that sort of formation that you entered on with gold last week, that for me would be a very, very strong confirmation to go long. But of course, the dollar is incredibly weak, right? And the question is, are we even going to see pound dollar come down to that level anytime soon? We could very much see it just keep rallying towards the high. But yeah, like when it comes to that sort of formation, I definitely like to see, because I trade a very similar formation to what you trade. But what I like to see, like a prerequisite to trade at that, is to see some sort of aggressive price purge to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I understand what you're saying. I agree with you, but I just think based on all the confluences and also the fact that this is the retest, right? That's the play. And if the retest fails, I'll be cautious, right? I'll stand back and go. No. But what I would like to see, I would like to see a pullback and then a push up, and then you'll also get that almost like a double bottom formation coming off the support, coming off the retest. That would be a very strong foundation for the pound US dollar to move much higher. But obviously, I know, like you just said, like anything can happen. But I just want to show you what I mean by, like I'll show you another retest level here. Yes, one right here. This is also one I took at the time. You see here, there's your resistance. You get the breakout. Now, this is on a different time frame. This is on a smaller, the 4 hour. You get the breakout. There's your retest right to, like, it's right there, right onto that support level. In other words, the retest level of the breakout, and just a beautiful run right up until, this red line here, that's the weekly resistance. So beautiful, beautiful move. So the breakout and the retest, they just play out just beautifully, right? Now, the thing that makes this current breakout retest so powerful is that this is not a breakout and a retest on the 4 hour. This is a breakout and a retest on the weekly, right? Do you understand? The levels on the way, like the further out you go, obviously, the more powerful, the more respected
the move. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what we're getting here. This is a retest of a breakout on the weekly time frame, retesting it on that level. So, okay, Andre says the pound US dollar will break 1.33 and falls. Love your sense of humor, Andre. Yeah. Look, yeah, but ideally, like, because it's it's the same with Bitcoin, right? When Bitcoin was trading toward at this low, where was that? Okay, right here. The weekly resistance, the monthly resistance was the monthly support was just below it. Then we had this double the double bottom formation. We broke out. I was waiting for a FIP retracement, got it there, entered, and wrote this trade all the way to 94. That's where I got out.
Nice. That was really nice. Yeah.
That was a very nice one. So what I'm saying is, like, on the pound US dollar, if this can give us that, if we can get a pullback and ideally make a higher low and not right to the bottom, but like a higher low and then push through, you can play it safe. If you want to play it safe, you can wait for this higher low and then wait for it to break the neckline. When you get the break of the neckline, assuming it's going to pull back here, right, and form that double bottom and then break the neckline, then you've got that double bottom coming off a retest. Very, very solid foundation. Very, very strong. And on the, I think even on the gold trade I just showed you, it's the same thing here. If you don't want to, if you feel a bit nervous about, it's pulling back, it could come lower, you could just play it a little bit safer and wait for a confirmation of the break of this neckline. And now you do have your confirmed double bottom, right? And you've got the daily support level. Yeah, so the catalyst for the trade is obviously long. You're in an uptrend on gold and you're coming to a support level on the daily. So your bias is long, but now you need to find a solid entry. Like, identifying an opportunity is one thing. You still need to enter it, right? Like, right. Where you need to enter the trade at a good spot. So that's when you go to smaller time frames and look for these patterns and so on. But this is an example. Now, I took this trade obviously right at the bottom. I got a 1-to-11 risk reward ratio out of this trade. It was a beautiful, beautiful trade, right? But where
do you typically position your stop loss when you enter in those areas?
Well, for this particular trade, my stop loss was right below. I recorded this entry. It's on the Hola Prime channel. My stop loss was right below the pullback. So, but basically, when I see this and I wait for the pullback, we got the pullback. Now we get the pushback up. We get the bullish close. So I don't enter yet. Now I wait for the new candle to break the high of the last closed candle's high, right? So it will first make the lower wick here, and then when it breaks that high, I get in. My stop loss is right below the pullback. There's a whole story to this trade. Obviously, you get there's a catalyst, daily support in an uptrend, comes down here. You get your impulse. You wait for the pullback, and now you want to see it push back up. You get the break of the new candle. That's your entry. The stop loss is right below here. If that's your reason for the trade, the reason for the trade is I want to see just like a higher low and then it pushing up. Then if that's the reason, then you're wrong here. This is where you're wrong. There's no need to place the stop loss below there. You're wrong right here. So that's how I play. It's the same with the that 1 to 10 trade. That's also on the 1 to 10 risk reward ratio trade. That's also on the channel. Where was that? Okay, that was on the 22nd at 2 o'clock. So 22nd of what? Oh yeah. Wow, did I enter here? Okay, I can't even remember.
By the way, just before, because I know that we're actually a little bit behind time, but James has just asked about the SPX. I believe, Igor, you look at the SPX, right?
Igor?
Yes, sometimes I'm watching because.
All right, I'll hand over to you because I'm gonna.
What was the question, Walter?
I'm just going to comment. So, can any of you take a look at the SPX?
Yeah, Igor can do that for us. Oh, okay. You can have a quick look.
Yes, I'm open. Yes. I'm watching right now, but it's a little bit chaotic. I'll describe this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just by looking at that, it's not clear, it's not clean, it's not. You really want to wait for, something obvious, like maybe like this, the examples we showed. It's just like, honestly, when the markets are not clear, just wait for it to become clear, and wait for new candles. Wait for new candles to get added to the chart. It will eventually become obvious. That's really, but I agree with you there, Igor. It's not a good spot.
Yes.
It's incredibly choppy, and there's a lot of gaps in there as well.
Messy.
Yeah. Lionel Messi. Keep it clean, Messi.
All right. Trend lines I can make.
Also, it depends on like what perspective, James, are you looking at? Because if we're talking about long-term projection, I mean, SPX is bullish. So if you're talking about over the next 2 to 3 years, just buy SPX. It's super bullish. But if you're looking at it from like a intraday trading perspective, then of course, right now price is accumulating. It's in a very tight range, and you just need to wait for price to sort of break out and give you something before you commit to either buying or selling in the short term.
Yeah, absolutely. But listen, guys, we have sadly come to the end of our session. So Andre, James, and Mark, and everybody else watching, thank you so much for watching. Walter,
there's been a lot of engagement today. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, it was great to see you guys again. For the watchers, for the people watching, the people watching, the next session will start in just under half an hour from now. But from us, have a good evening, safe trading. Igor, Walter, have a great one, guys. I'll see you guys soon.
All the best, guys. Have a good day
weekend, guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
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 Michael.
Hey, what's up, Sam? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
On top of the world, on top of the world.
Awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good trading day, I'm assuming.
Yeah, not too bad at all, actually. I'm still in it, actually. And then we've got some possible setups maybe in session today. Let's see what we get.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Waiting for Aymane again. Out there he is. He's just popped up. Aymane.
Hello.
Aymane,
how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Of course. Can you hear us? I can't hear you now.
Yeah, we can't hear you now.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep, we can hear you now.
How are you doing? How was your trading day?
Not bad, not bad. How was yours?
Actually, it was good. It
Yeah?
was good. As if you check the chart, I missed the trade I was saying from last week. If you remember the supply above.
Ah, okay. Yes, yes. Yeah.
But
you missed it.
I was not. I missed it. But I took a nice trade later during the session.
Ah, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't do too bad as well.
Yeah.
Got quite a few short positions in, small scalps as it was going down, because it actually pulled back very nicely every time. It would drop, have a nice little pullback, create a gap, short it back down to the previous low, and then I did that a couple of times. So, yeah, no, it was actually quite an easy trading day, I'd say today.
Oh, nice! I love when I have easy trading days.
Yeah.
Maybe we took similar trades.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I think I even took one buy position. Yeah, I took one buy position as well. So, and that worked out as well on one of the pullbacks. But I was very quick to get out the market on the buys, because when it dropped, it dropped. It didn't play around. So,
right.
But yeah. Who wants to go first? Outside the show. Hopefully there will be some trades today.
Yeah, we gotta get something going.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a good look at all the charts, see if I spot anything. And as usual, if you see something you want to enter, just say it out loud. We'll give you full control.
Nice. Sweet. Okay. Well, yeah, I can jump in.
Go for it.
So I had
to jump in. Okay.
Decent trade here today on USDCAD, guys. Not bad at all.
Nice.
My entire group got on this actually, and pretty simple trade. Everything's here, as you guys know my process by now.
Of course.
Right. Always first thing looking for that 5200 cross, which we do have right here. Which we do have right here. And obviously, right after that, we are looking for that M or half a bat pattern off the 200 EMA, right? So cross, we don't get anything touch the 200 until right over here. Then we got this funky little, what I would call like a head and shoulders mini pattern here, right? So we got something right here, right? Up, then it's kind of down like this, right? So went down. It's now retesting this area again, it looks like. So just waiting for this drop here. I'm actually in this trade still now, short, obviously. So waiting for it to pan on out. Everything about this is pretty good. I really like it. And then I'm gonna show you guys here something too. On the 4-hour chart, right? So on the 1 hour, we have the beautiful outside the band, as I always mentioned. And we got the inside the band. Right. We also have some, I don't really pay too much attention to this, but it does matter. I can see this pretty clearly. It's some divergence over here. Right. So we got the chart saying up. Then we got the TDI saying down over here. Right. Yes. We got some divergence within this trade as well. So all of that looks absolutely phenomenal. And so we're still in this short, but on a 4-hour chart, which I'm really enjoying too, guys, is we got to kind of scoot back just to really see this, but I kind of want to point it out, right? So one is, again, we have this 5200 cross. Mind you, it's the 4-hour chart. Now this area here does not count, even though it touched the 200. Remember, I always say, for it to count, you need the market baseline to be above the static, right?
Yeah.
So this is nothing. This isn't anything yet. So we're still looking for that first pattern to perform off the 200, which is right over here. Right? We got this structure here that goes down. So right, so we got the M here off the 200 expected outside the band. This was outside the band still, right? Got the inside the band over here for this move. But this comes on down. The next move in the cycle, guys, as you know, is the bounce off the 50. So this pulls back, hits the 50, and closes, as you can see, right below the 13 over here, right? This huge red shift candle, nice shift candle as well. So this not only confirmed on the 4-hour chart and the one. So pretty nice trade. So we'll see what this one gets us for today. Not bad at all, actually. If we can get a break like below this area here, which is what I'm really looking for. We want to get a close below this. Then this will pretty much signify that, all right, this bad boy is ready to run in the other direction, not just kind of trade slowly to it. Right. And then what I also like about this setup as well is we got this market baseline, have our huge reload, and just look at it. This definitely wants to, what I call screaming down, right? Like this is definitely wants to go ahead and finish to the downside. So nice trade for me this morning on this one. Again, I'm still in it. So not bad at all.
Very
I got
nice.
my alerts on here. Once we get to about here, I'll move my stop loss to break even, take the risk off the table. And of course, this is the TP down here. And I was actually, and how I always like to manage these is we can actually look at this. I took these this morning, right? One of them you take right at the close, as I always say, because you don't know if this is going to run right away or if it's going to pull back, right? So in order to take advantage of both of them, what I like to do is I'll split my positions up, right? And this is a really good position for the simple fact that, one, on the very first move, as you can see here, the price is, well, it's more out the money. So it'll be this one. We took this trade at exactly 9 o'clock Eastern, as you guys can see. Well, 9:01 right afterwards. Then our field price was 37.93, right? So 37.93 on this one. And then go back to here. So we got 37.93 is about right here, it looks like. So slightly down a little bit. 37.93. So about right here on the first position, right with this red candle, this red shift candle. And this is a beautiful shift candle as well. If you really look at this, there's no wicks at the top of this candle and no wicks at the bottom, right? They shifted this entire zone, which was really nice. So nice, clean shift candle. I love my entry candles to look just like this. This tells me a lot, right? But if you look at this, this is pretty much basically right at a 1-for-1, right? Like right at it. And the cool thing about this is, one, I split my position up. So I had half my position on right at the close of this candle. Now we have to do that because you don't want it to just run away and while you're sitting here waiting for a pullback and it never comes. Right. So we were kind of just waiting on this first one. Let me just show it like this. So yeah, this is where the first short came in at, like right about here. Now the cool thing is, once I got my second position on, I waited nicely for the pullback, right? So you can see this one is all the way at field price 38.11. And I took this about 50 minutes later, right? About 9:50, well, 9:49. And this, oh wait, what was that again? That was 38.11. Okay, cool. So we'll pull this candle all the way up here to 38.11, right? And I was really waiting for it to come back because I can see these areas about here, somewhere here. It bounced off of here, trying to bounce off of here. So the level that I wanted it to get at was pretty much right here, right? For my second position. And this is nice because if you was to move this up, this basically turns your, just for waiting for a second position, a better entry. It turns your 1-for-1 into nearly a 2-for-1 at this point, right? So by just waiting a little bit further for this to pull back to be able to grab this slightly better entry. So instead of just making 1% on the trade, you'll end up making a whole 1.5% just from waiting the difference from here to here. That little bit gave you an extra full R on this particular setup. So, but yeah, super nice outside of that. Let me put these strings back on here. I'll just leave this first one about right here. And I did put my stop a little bit higher because I didn't want to chance it that the one I already had my 1-for-1, but I didn't want to chance that price came up here and took me out slightly above this little wick here. So I did want to put my stop above this yesterday's tracer right here. So not bad at all on these particular setup. Looking pretty good. I expect this pullback. That's not really anything. This is pretty much the exact pullback area where you would think it will go. Now, if it did come up here somewhere, I would probably put a position on saying like, hey, this thing is almost at TP. I mean, stop loss. Just so I can know that, hey, I might want to pay a little bit of attention to it. But yeah, so that was pretty much it on USDCAD. That's the position again that we're actively in right now. If you guys remember yesterday, I was mentioning GU. I was saying that, hey, if this does this, then I'm going to take it. But it needs to look a certain way. And what that was kind of sucks, guys, because it didn't really give me the full. This wasn't a good setup, right? So we got our 1350 cross here. Of course, you can see the M structure, right, for the peak. We were expecting this to come down, retest this area, and then drop. But as you see, it kind of didn't really give it to you. Like they kind of just snuck this. Oh, whoops. They just snuck this move in here, which I don't like to take the ones like this, right? This is like, it needs to, this didn't even touch. And then this just has one wick, maybe two. As I always say, I want to see some body on the candle. That'll make me feel a lot more comfortable. And then also, if you look at the TDI, as I always mention, once the market baseline crosses below the static, I want to see the RSI line and the signal line above this market baseline, which it's not. The red line never comes close to the yellow. So this is not this is a null and void trade. Like this did not set up the way it should have, or how I would have wanted it to. So GU was super close to getting taken for my master trade setup, my A+ setup, but it didn't give it to me. It didn't give it to me the way I wanted it to. So that was a pass. Obviously, the next move on here will be once this 5,200 crosses, then we'll be looking for that M structure going short. I'll grab this move. But no, and that's the level 2 trade, obviously, right? L2 here. When that 5,200 crosses, L1 is here when the 1350 crosses. So nothing on GU, even though we were super close. I was hoping that this gave me a nice pristine setup, but this happens. You know, you can't really do anything about it. If it sets up, it's there. If it doesn't, it's just nothing there. So I ended up letting GU go. I didn't want to gamble and take it, so left it alone. And then GJ, as you guys can see, this pattern never actually played out yet, right? So we had this 5,200 cross that I was looking for. I mentioned that this wasn't a real move. I would be looking more for the W structure to occur, which it did not happen, which it might be attempting to do or try to do now, right? So we're looking for something like this. And simultaneously, market baseline going below the static, back above for this reload, right? Oh, whoops. It's so weird that it does it every now and then. Yeah, for this reload. All right, so that'll be more what I'm looking for on GJ. Yeah, other than that was pretty much it, guys. That move from yesterday on NF, if you guys remember this one, this thing did eventually go shortly after this session. So that one was decent. I didn't take my full position off of this. It ended up coming back. This came super, super close to TP, right? Like really close. So this ended up coming back and taking me out after our partials were taken. But same exact setup, guys. Like once again, 5,200 cross here, right? We got this W structure off the 200, right? We expect price to come back, retest this area, go long, just how it did yesterday, right? Now we would have had this candle go up a little bit higher. I would have moved my stop loss a little bit further into profit, but it didn't. So I just kind of left it where it was. After taking partials, that was pretty much it on this setup. And that's it, guys. Outside of this crude oil setup, which I am looking to take in this session here on this 4-hour chart. Oh, would you look at that? We did have this nice close. All right, so it looked like I'm missing my position right now, so hang on. Dang it. I would have wanted to be in here around here. Let's scoot this down and see. All right, still a 3-for-1. This is still good. This is still intact. All right, so let's check this out. Oh, you know what? We got to put this up a little bit now. So about a 2.5. All right, so we are at 63.08. Yeah, 63.08 on crude oil. Where are we? 63.08. $63.08. This is the position I've been saying I was watching, guys. So 3.08. And then on the TP side, we're looking at let's do 55.30. All right. So on the TP side, we're looking at 55.30. And let's not put that much on this. Let's just put, oh, whoops. Let's put our 2% on here. I've been waiting for this trade to set up. All right. Boom. Are we in here? What just happened? Okay, there it is. I'm like, what in the world? That took a second to fill. That was interesting. All right, cool. So we are in here. This is actually good. Remember, I kept saying, I was like, this might mess around and be the trade of the month. Like, not just the week, but the month, right? They kind of messing around with it a little bit, but still good, right? So we got that. We got this 5,200 cross here. Again, next pattern that you're looking for is that M off the 200, right? Which clearly is right here, right? Nice little, what I would call funky M, but still there. It's like a interesting M looking M, but that pattern off the 200 is more or less what we're looking for. And targets could be to this low. And we got everything else we need. We got the outside the band, inside the band. We got the reload. Market baseline is now below the static. Everything else is pretty much here. So let's see how this plays out. I think that's it for me, guys. I didn't really have too much other. Oh, I can't forget about silver. I was looking at silver too.
Silver.
Yeah. Silver was actually pretty decent yesterday, but because I was actually looking at gold first, but it didn't kind of go. Oh, well, this might end up setting up too. Funny enough.
Also, Andre wants to know pound US dollar pullback. He asks.
Pound US dollar pullback. Let's see. We do pound US dollar pullback. Yeah. So I don't think this is going to pull back too much further, but if I was to look at somewhere probably around 34.65, somewhere around here, I could see something like 34.65. Yeah, somewhere like around here for the shorts, right? Because right now level 1 is gone. We got the M top, right? So the peak is there, right? We got the 1350 cross, so we know we're in level 1 right now. And we're still in level 1 for the simple fact that the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA have not crossed yet. So we know we're still in level 1, but there's not an actual level 1 level one move. That level one move was back there. We can't take trades off this 200. We was trying to take the trade from the 50 up here to the 200, right? We would have wanted it to retest this area, right? Which it kind of almost did, but it didn't really give it to us. And as I always say, when it's coming out of level one like this and it breaks and then reaches the area, the next move is to the 200. This is just one of those scenarios where they didn't give you an opportunity to get in. They kind of just ran without you. But yeah, I will be looking for, again, this 50 and the 200 to cross. And of course, you see this market baseline is already starting to tilt up to the upside, right? So it wants to come back, but I was looking for this market baseline as well to do a move like this. And then I'll be super happy to short this move. Right? Like I'll be super happy. And targets could be all the way down here to the 800 EMA. It's like nearly a 4-for-1. So pullback area, Andre, 34.65. Cool. So back to silver. All right, silver was super close. And again, it's actually might set up in this section, actually, guys. Like it just might. But yeah, same thing as always. We got our 5,200 cross here. The next thing we're looking for is that MW structure in this point, since the 200 is below. So we're looking for that W structure to go long. This here does not count. Why? If you look down, you see market baseline is still above the static. So this is not anything. The pattern is right here. First leg up, second leg up. Right? So you'll be looking more or less for the move to happen like this. Now they're giving us some kind of funky little move here, going back to the top. What we could do and what we might do in this session is to drill down to the 15-minute and see what pattern we can kind of get off of here.
Right.
So this is a little funky, but since we got this outside the band here, that means this is the first leg. I'm not interested in the first one. We need this to come back down and then go back up. All right. Simultaneously, market baseline going below, coming back up. All right. Outside the band already, inside the band. This is what we want to see to take this setup. So this got a little bit of work to do. We may or may not take this in a session, but it's super close to actually setting up fully.
Excuse me.
And that is pretty much it, guys. I was looking at gold yesterday, which is how I saw silver, funny enough. Same exact thing. I think matter of fact, I was with you guys yesterday when I mentioned that I wanted to take this move. Because remember, we had this, not this W pattern like we wanted it, but on this move, we had this half a bat move that was right here. Kind of went like this and then closed up. But I was looking for another move to come down here and then go back up. But as you see, it just tanked.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was no move on this. And then what made it even funnier is they came right back today and closed around the price that you would have wanted to do yesterday. But this move and then this move here is just ugly altogether. You got outside the band, another outside the band. This is really nothing. So I let gold go. And then I end up seeing silver like right afterward. That was pretty much it for me, guys. If I see something else in this session, I will.
I just took a buy on the NASDAQ.
Oh, do you want to show us?
Yes. So
yes.
This is my first time trying the Hola Prime, so platform. So I hope I did everything correct. So I choose here 0.5 lots. Stop loss is at 21,342. I'm targeting those highs right here. So basically, yes, we are bearish, but you can see from the 30 minutes that we have this big candle here. We took the previous candle low, close green. We got the continuation. So now we are testing the 25%. So I'm looking for, let's say, for the retracements more deeper to this 21,500 area right here. And also in the footprint, it's it's not looking bad. We have some good clusters right here. So, and you can see now we have 4 minutes left for the 15 minutes candle to close, and we are having some big cluster here at the low. So if we see a rejection and we hold those big cluster, we could see a like come back to this to at least 21,483. So we will see. So
nice.
Looks really good.
NASDAQ, SPX is the S&P 500, yes?
Yep.
And so the lot size, it's a little bit different, but for me, just I think Sam, you are using 0.5.
Yeah, that's just what I typed in. I don't know if that's honestly. I think you can go a little bit higher, but
yeah, it's a little bit different than futures. So I think here 1 point is $1 with 1 lot. So with 0.5 lots, it means 0.5. Yeah, $0.50 for 1 point. Yeah. I think. So yeah. So let's just quickly show the trade that I missed again. So if you remember, guys, I was mentioning this weekly area from last week. I was mentioning this weekly area right here. And yesterday, before I slept, I think at 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning. So I had like the 4-hour closure, and I was saying like I want to take a sell here, or I get more confirmation, or I have a big candle touching the zone, take the previous candle high, close red. So we got this big push, but I want to go to sleep. So I enter short, and five minutes later, I said, no. I have to wait until it touched, because I still don't have full confirmation. And because I slept, I think at London session, we touched the supply, we take out the high of the candle, close red, and we straight went down. So it was really, really nice trade, but I missed it, but it's okay. So for the trade I took,
it's fine.
Yeah. If you guys remember, I made AUDCAD yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, for the trade I took I think 2 trades today. So just straight continuation. So here was the open, the NY session open. So we had a red folder news on the pre-market, and I saw like there is momentum. So I had demands here, but I didn't want to go against the momentum, and I trade just the biggest cluster in the 15 minutes, just straight continuation. So after this 15 minutes closure here, wait a little bit, I think I enter right here, and I put my stop right here, and then I think I got out somewhere here. Yep, it was on the 5 minutes. It looks like this, I think. So we had this big push, took the previous candle high, close red, and we start continuing down. Of course, I didn't hold until here, but still, it's a small scalp, because you always guys telling me that I like ranging markets. So today it was but it's true, because like it's like in a ranging markets I perform better, and I understood that's okay. There is continuations. Why? Like there was a red folder news pre-market. I think there was unemployment. Yeah, it was initial jobless claims. So we had red folder news, and we had US pending home sales also. So yeah, we were trending today, so we trade the continuation also. So let's see how this trade is going. It's not looking good. Now we're creating this again, a reversal candle. So we took this previous high, closed red, we got the continuation. So we will be now between this demand here and the supply. I'm expecting the maximum possible. If we will go higher, it's the 50% of this candle here. Draw it again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, yeah, it's hard to read right now. I mean, go on. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, just for me, like when if we will check what time frame is this, 15 minutes. Let's see 30 minutes delta. We'll see just if there is a squeeze. Because for me, like I saw this big candle, so at least we have to get a.
I think we're going up.
Yeah.
Purely because I don't know if it's the same on NQ, but if you look on the 1 minute candle and the time for your time would be 5:57, and then again the 6 o'clock 1 minute candle.
1 minute candle. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. If you look at the volume, sorry, on it, the footprint.
Okay, on the 1 minute.
1 minute. So the 5:57 and 6 o'clock candle.
My time.
Yeah.
5:57. 5:57. Okay, this big candle. Okay.
What's the volume on it, or the delta?
So the volume is 3,586.
Yeah. So huge.
And the delta, yes.
And then again on 6 o'clock, if you look at that to the sellers, yeah, it's massive on yours as well, 540 delta. So
yeah,
I've got it as well marked out. The moment I saw that, I missed it, but it would have been a perfect buy opportunity just because of the instant reversal it had. I don't think it's going to come back down to those areas to let those traders who are trapped out of their position. That usually when you see such an explosive move and then it reverses, that's like locked in the low of the day. Does that make sense? Or if it's an explosive move up, that's locked in the high of the day, you know? So
that's what I call the squeeze.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So for me as well, I think, yeah, we're going up. But I haven't spotted an opportunity to buy it at the moment. I mean, there was a bit of a pullback, but it didn't go into any kind of like sorry, I've got a cough, into any kind of, you know, zone that I was willing to buy into.
Right.
Sadly, I'm still gonna wait.
Yeah. So yeah. So for me, it's also same what Sam said. If we will check the 30-minute candle, let's on the delta. So this is the 30-minute delta chart. So you can see here that this is like the volume, 30,694. So if we compare it, if we compare it to last, let's say 2-3 candles, so maybe there is not much difference, to be honest. Like 30,000, 24, 27. Here at the open we had 60, but still big candle at the end. And as you said, Sam, straight away we continue. For me, just I anticipate the buy just based on this cluster here. Sorry, it was on, I think, on the 1 hour. Just anticipate the buy based on those clusters right here. But definitely the good buy will be testing at least the 25 or the 50% before going higher. Of course, everything is possible. We could continue and break again, like it's totally fine. But for me, I don't see, like Sam, you said, I don't see another low again. But there is a lot of sellers now, like maybe they enter here, stop loss above or stop loss above here, though, so they took them out. Maybe they are showing like we are going more lower, so they will take new, like some couple of like liquidity above here at least. But we will see. So it's still, let's say, open for it to go to the 21,382 before going higher. But in my opinion, the way I see it, like there is no more, let's say, taking the lows again of new lows for the day. I don't see new lows for the day. If we check the calendar, if we have something, today's 29. Okay, so
like something at 3 to Eastern, I want to say.
Okay, so we have, we'll see. I don't know what is cost Q3 2025 earning. Yeah, there is some earnings, but
for today.
Yeah, Governor Bailey speaks at 3 p.m.
Oh, that's for the pound though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who knows? I mean, that will definitely affect the pound, but I don't think it's going to affect the stock market. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. I'm going through every pair, and I'm like, come on, man, give me something.
Give me something.
Just give me something. Anything.
Yeah, that's how it's been sometimes.
I think today might be a this
Flat
session
day,
might be a no trade day for this session for me. Unless something sets up, I don't know. But I'm not even, nothing's even close to areas where I'd want to buy or sell. So it's just,
Okay.
But man, did you see the S&P and NQ, what it did? Well, after our session yesterday and during the Asian session this morning, ridiculous. Complete mental behavior. It just, like, it's moving more lately in pre-market than when it opens. It's crazy.
It's moving more in the Powell hour. Like after we finish the stream, it starts to moving like crazy. Like this. It's a new session, Trump session.
That's it. It moved a lot. But at
Michael,
this moment,
anything I should know about the platform here? Something.
To be honest, I don't use that. I use the what is it? The DX trade. This platform to me, I'll be honest, is slightly confusing. Like I think it's the least user friendly out of all of them.
We have MT5 as well. So if you rather MT5, you can use that.
Same login.
No, I think it'll be a different account then. So
okay.
But
this for me is just confusing. I don't even know why. It's not as user friendly as the rest of them are to me.
I think because it has trading view inbuilt, so some people like it because it has trading view inbuilt. But I agree. I prefer MT5.
Yeah, MT5, MT4, DX trade, C trader doing this. This is at the bottom of my list.
But this platform, like it's built in, like it's Hola Prime platform, or it's more.
Well, I mean, it's what software is it? Is it Match Trader? I think.
Trade GUI trade.
Yeah, no, that's I mean, it's obviously Hola Prime doesn't. It's not their software. It's like MT5, like a different company builds the software and then we license it out. Obviously. I'm just going to answer. I mean, what most traders do anyway. I mean, we all do this, right? We analyze on TradingView or something like that, and then we execute on whichever platform.
That's exactly what I do.
I mean, I combine multiple platforms just to get the best feature of each one. Do you know what I mean? So I can, truth be told, I don't think there's a single platform that has every, that is the best at every feature I use. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like TradingView is great for the volume profile. Best volume profile tool, hands down. So I love the volume profile. The footprint is actually decent on TradingView. It's not the best, but it's decent enough to use. But the depth of market is terrible. Like the worst depth of market I've ever seen. So I have to use a different depth of market software just to kind of like everything is just pieced up. But that's what all traders do. I mean, I'll answer a few questions from Robert. Robert's got a few questions, so I'm just going to read them out. He goes, "Good morning, everyone." Good morning to you, Robert. Yesterday's trade update, I took a good short on gold from 3294 to 3258. Oh wow, that's a nice big move. Really nice. Then yesterday, right when the stream ended, I caught the NQ drop with 10 micros for a $1,156 profit.
Hey,
well done, Robert. You're smashing it.
Hey, we getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. I'm loving it.
I would like to add, if Robert, that same trade on S&P, that would have been an 11,500.
No. Robert, no.
NQ right now, I don't see a whole lot of imbalances above. It might come up to hit the low or middle of the 15-minute ORB, but I see downside more. Yes. Sam, what platform that futures will be on for the US? I can't tell you exactly right now, as we're still in the phases of getting all that sorted, but a lot of major platforms, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say or anything, but all the major platforms will pretty much be covered. So futures wise, yeah, we're putting a lot of work behind the scenes getting that up. I know it's been delayed a few times, but we're trying to launch it to be perfect rather than like launch it with bugs or anything. We don't want anything like that. We want it to be crisp, perfect, ready, right, and robust. So do bear with us. It is coming.
After the launch, Michael will join futures. So this is like breaking news.
Michael will be an ES trader like myself.
Hey, to be honest, I'm willing to get it however it comes. Seriously.
I'm gonna move to Mexico, sit on the beach, have a cigar, laptop, trading the ES. That's right. The life.
Michael, you should try futures. No spread.
Yep. No, I've been contemplating on it for quite some time, y'all, to be totally honest. Because obviously, again, my setup still happens on them, right? I'm just taking them on my Forex platform. But yeah, I think it would be cool that if I did see, one of my setups happen on one of the three, to be able to, to smash it. So yeah, I'm totally not opposed to doing it. I'm actually more on the line of go ahead and doing it. Right. Yeah. I might go ahead and kick it off, especially when we get it with Hola Prime, and that'll be perfect nearly for June, right? And like the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
I might pick it up July 1st.
Yeah. We all have CFD platforms. I mean, CFD is just such easy entry, CFD wise. Like,
right.
Anyone can just start tomorrow with any CFD. Well, not any a CFD broker, but you can start very easily. And CFD is great for that bully account, but you get that ridiculous leverage.
Ridiculous leverage. Yeah, like the maximum you can get on leverage on Europe. Some what 1 to 500.
If it's European, what's it called? Like, what's the word? Regulated. Then 1 to 30. But if it's offshore, unregulated, I've even seen up to 800.
Yeah, it get ridiculous sometimes.
I see 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah. It's funny enough. When I first started trading, I didn't know nothing about that. I'm like, what's the difference between 1 in 100 and like 1 in 500? I'm like, well, let me just go to the 500. I definitely want 500.
That's insane.
Man, I used to blow those accounts so fast.
You can enter with 1 in 1,000. You could enter a standard lot with $100 of balance. That's insane, man.
Yeah.
Like,
and I feel like that they wanted you to do that. Yeah.
10 pips and you're out. You're liquidated. Even before that, because you get margin called way before that. So damn, man.
Like did you have guys like some crazy flips? Like just we are not doing it all the time, but just a question. If you already had, let's say, flipping accounts here and there.
Have you guys ever done like account flip type thing before? Have you ever tried it?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. I would see other guys doing it, and I'm like, man, he turned $100 into $1 million. I'm like, that is unheard of. Like, this guy has to be the best trader in the world to be able to do that.
But yeah, this guy that you are talking about, Michael, it's his own broker. Like, it's his own broker. So
yeah. I'm gonna say, and then you learn that that's not it's the best sleight of hand magic trick you'll ever see.
Yeah, I've done it a few times, like for fun, and what I've always noticed, right, what happens with me, like, at the beginning is always good. I'm doing 50-60%, whatever, like over leveraging, growing it quick, and then it starts getting to like numbers where it starts meaning something to me. Do you know what I mean? Where the account size is now like at a level where that has meaning, because it's a few thousand. Like, I don't want to lose a few thousand. No one wants to lose a few thousand, right?
Yes.
That's when all of a sudden, like I get scared to like trade such ridiculous risk, and then it just never really progresses much from there. So it all comes down, again, like for me at least, it comes down to how much meaning that money has to you, right? Like if you're a billionaire, you could probably trade with like $1 million account and not feel a thing. Do you know what I mean? Not feel a thing, and you would smash it because you do not care, because it's nothing. Right? So it's all relative, and like it can be done in theory, but my God, is it hard, because you have to be so detached. And the moment that account balance goes into money where you start caring about it, those emotions kick in. Before that, it's like trading demo, where you just don't care. You know what I mean? Like easy. And at the moment, it's tough, man. So the whole
like
flipping
sometimes
account,
I do what we call like daily deposits. So just deposits, sometimes $200, $300. I flip it in one day or lose it, but I'm not doing it all the time, just sometimes.
That's I mean, we don't recommend people do this, obviously. This is silly.
No,
but again, this is not like, you have to make that distinction of the accounts that actually pay your bills. You treat them with so much respect. You never do anything stupid like that. But look, as long as you're disciplined where it matters, if you have like a bully account, casino account, flip account, fair play. I mean, have a bit of fun. Why not? If you don't care about that money, losing that money, why not? But I wouldn't recommend you. Obviously, you got to draw a line in the sand. If that's your only account, never treat it like that.
Yeah, for sure. It just never works out in the long run. It never works out the way you think it is.
Never does.
No. Just this is like, of course, we never recommend this to anyone, but this is like everyone have inside him this, let's say, gambler, small gambler voice inside you. So sometimes you want to get out this gambler, and just $200, like it's not hurting you, so you flip it.
Oh, I think I might have a trade.
Always. Okay.
All right, keep talking. All right, let me just double check. Might have a trade. All right, I'm gonna jump in. Let me just get the screen up. Sorry, Aymane. Went off.
I think you bought my stop loss. I was just stopped off.
So I want to buy into this gap quickly. All right, I'm in.
It's still valid, because I'm not.
So what I'm looking at is essentially quick scalp back up to the point of control, which is up here, maybe back to these highs. Very quick scalp. Didn't even check the footprint. This might work out, might not, but I feel like that low is protected. Let me just have a quick look at the footprint. See it on here.
It's a good entry.
I think got another gap here on this. Yeah, this feels right. I'm a bit worried about this candle here, this big one. Could cause a few issues, but we'll see how it goes. So let me just set the take profit and all that. So we'll go back to these highs here. Stop loss will have to be, it's always a tough one. Kind of, I've got nowhere to really figure out where that stop is going to be. I'm going to guess it's around here somewhere. But I'll be back in 2 seconds. I really need to go to the toilet. I drank so much water and I'm bursting. So I'm sorry, guys. One moment, all right?
Take your time. Yeah, we might have a little something. I'm looking at this. I'm looking to see if this is gonna work out. Can you see my screen?
I think he should approve. No, I cannot.
Oh. Okay. So maybe Sam has to do it. Okay. I'm looking at this GU setup. Might be like a quick little scalp, but on a 15-minute, I'm waiting to see what this is going to do. If this gets a nice little, if this alert goes off and we get a close above this price, I might grab this going long because this actually isn't a bad setup. We'll see.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Like on gold?
It's actually on GBPUSD.
GBPUSD, okay.
Yeah.
GBPUSD. Okay. GBPUSD. So I think it's is it a buy or a sell?
It's a buy. I want to see it close above this little price. This little price area. I'm back. Okay. Can you I'm trying to share my screen here. Can you
yeah, I put it up.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What I see here is it's got this little alert set. It's probably be a quick scalp maybe. I'll see how long I can hold on to this. But we do got this. We got this 5,200 cross here. Right, and then again, this area doesn't count because why? Price is above the market baseline is above the static, so it doesn't count until it goes below it. So the next time price touches it is right here. So we actually got this funky head and shoulders pattern actually coming off this 200 EMA. So we got something like this. This could totally run up here like this. This wouldn't be bad at all. I would definitely want to drill down to the 15-minute just to get a good, accurate move on this. But as you can see right now, I don't like that this little wall of price is all right here at this same little piece. So we can get a close above this. This might be good to go. We'll see what it looks like at the close of this candle, but if we can get something to look like this, stock can go right below these EMAs. The 1-for-1 would be about right here. It actually wouldn't be bad. Let's see. Yeah, this could totally continue to go. And let's see if we check the 4-hour chart. Yep, we already got price above the 13 EMAs here as well. Yeah, this might be something, y'all. Weirdly enough, but we need a close like above this price. So you see they rejected it here, rejected it here, rejected it here. I just want to see them close above this little area. Then that'll give me a bit more confirmation. And I'll feel a lot more confident in this setup. But this is just a short-term trade because, again, my main bias on this setup is, as I mentioned earlier, is short. I want to see this 5,200 cross to the downside and make that M off the 200 and then go short. But right now, this could totally, run up slightly, like short-term, and then turn back around. But we'll see. We got to let price action play out and kind of see what's going on here.
That's it.
Mike, my USDCAD trade. Let's see where we at in here. Yeah, this thing's still just bumbling around. It's so funny. It's just sitting here still. I literally been in this for a minute. Like slightly in it. Well, my first position is all the way down here. My second position is a bit up here. So yeah, we'll see what those two do.
But the question, Michael, is: are you gonna trade tomorrow or not? Friday.
I don't know, Aymane. That'll be the last. So I think if I am gonna stop trading Fridays, it's definitely gonna be the last Friday of the month.
It definitely gonna last. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't trade the. Maybe I'll trade the middle 2 Fridays. You can't trade the first Friday of the month because that's NFP. And I don't want to trade the last Friday of the month because I feel like this weird stuff goes on with that last Friday. Like they close books, maybe they got a quota or something they need or haven't met, and unloading off position. So I tend to stay away from that one too. But the middle 2 Fridays, second week and third week of Friday, they might be fair game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's fair play. I mean, if you are going to trade it, then you have to be super cautious.
Right.
Really, really cautious with your trades. But considering how far down we've gone in the last few days, I wouldn't be surprised if they take out a lot of liquidity at the top.
Yeah.
Push the market up. Friday always seems to kind of do the opposite of what the rest of the week does. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. And that's when I say that trap move.
Yeah.
Trap move.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a nice bullish kind of momentum.
Robert said maybe Friday could be your casino account. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's a good
exactly
one.
That. That's actually not a bad idea. Friday should be the casino account. I totally agree. But we'll let that trade play out. Hopefully, fingers crossed, things go well. It did start going really well. Now it's decided to come back to the entry point, which is typical. But it's not over yet. Just playing around. It's just like just playing with me at the moment. It's not taking it seriously. I need these buyers to come in with a bit more conviction. I need them to trade like their life depends on it.
Right. Come on, y'all. Let's get it together.
I need them to push it up. Aymane, you need to call your market maker friends. Call in another favor, Aymane.
Right.
Okay. You wanted to go lower, yes?
You know I don't want it to go lower. Tell them just to push it up about 70 points. I'll be happy.
70 points down. Okay.
All right.
Then
push. Oh, sorry. My English. You said push it up.
Push. Yeah. Up. Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's looking actually good. I mean, we've got the hourly candle closing in like 15 seconds. I can see. I'm pretty confident the TP might be here on this one. Actually, the only thing I'm not confident about is will it stop me out before it hits my TP?
The $1 million question.
Yeah,
that's what it is. I'm confident we're going to go up. Is it going to go all the way back down for a retest? Let out all those trap traders at the bottom, because it sometimes does that. It does give them like a potential exit, and then make its move up, create like a double bottom. But hopefully the market's being a bit mean today. All those trap people at the bottom, they're going to be a bit more harsh to them, and just wipe them out. Wipe them out. I want my TP to be their stop losses, basically.
Right. Let's do it.
But I think it'll be fine. It's looking. I've seen this happen so many times. Yeah, it's looking good. I've got no worries at this moment in time. Everything's looking pretty decent. Buyers are coming in quite well. Oh, I just realized none of you can see what I'm looking at. All right, give me a second. Here we go. Yeah, we got buyers coming in. Not much on the depth of market, really. Depth of market is pretty dead, but that's fine. Do have quite a few orders perched up right at the top here somewhere. I keep seeing them pop up when the market just pushes to that area. You can just see 100+ orders get popped, just sort of appear. But whether that's spoofing or legit, I don't know. We'll find out. But I'm just looking at the overall delta. Not too bad.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Come on, buyers. Go ahead and step in here now.
It's this time of day. It's very boring. You know, it's generally, it moves quite slow. Let me see if those people are still up there. They should be up here somewhere. You should see them pop up any second. Come on, push the market up a bit. See if they're still there. Nah, doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it. It's being annoying. But it should be fine. We'll let it play out. It's probably gonna, whether it's gonna do it by the end of the session. This is the question, though.
Right.
Got just under 30 minutes, 2 15-minute candles. I don't know whether it'll go back to these highs in that time, or will it just play around here for an hour. But let's have a look at other. I'll show actually the kind of the trades I did earlier. Truth be told, I can't even remember where the hell I entered. I have no clue where. All I remember is the market dropped down really hard, and then I think here I entered for a short. And we had the market open, and then it came for a pullback. I entered here somewhere. I think maybe you could probably see the volume. If I take away the volume profile and put it as if that was the beginning, so somewhere around here. I thought, I'm pretty sure there was a gap. I'm pretty sure I saw a gap. I remember it going into a gap, and then I was like, oh, short it. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on. There was definitely a gap around here somewhere. Did I spot it on here? Maybe it was on this chart. I saw it. Because I remember it was like perfect. It respected it to the T, but I can't seem to find it now.
It's actually pretty cool how I will admit, on GUI trade at the very top, like the tab is showing you how much you're up on USD in dollars. I didn't know it did that.
Oh, what, up here? Yeah, it's pretty
that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
I'm up a massive $8 right now. Drinks are on me, guys.
Hey, love it.
Yeah, I think it
mean water.
Yeah. Free tap water is on me. But either way, I shorted the market around here not long after market open. And it was maybe, I can't remember, not much point wise. And I did that a few times, like around here. And then I did buy in this consolidation area where it was ranging. That was it. But again, very, very quick scalps. I'm talking like probably getting out around now. Like I'm talking really small moves, like few minute candles moves. I was in and out. So it wasn't like I was holding it all the way down or anything like that. Just because for me, this whole move down, while it was clearly going down, I didn't feel that it was like legit. Does that make sense? I felt like because there's so many of these gaps and areas everywhere where it could have rejected from, right? There was loads of them. There was one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. It's like a battlefield, one there. And it was just so many like different boxes. I didn't feel comfortable like, you know, trading heavily into those areas. It was just a lot of traffic on the charts. But what's interesting, the point of control's moved down now. So it used to be up here, which is a good sign, because that means a lot of volume's building up here, where we are right now. And hopefully that volume gives it enough momentum to just boop, 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 go up to the TP. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. We want to see volume come in.
TP
a lot of buy volume. Exactly. I just want to smash the TP. Let me see what this buy volume is looking like. Yeah, we're getting some good numbers. Look at that, 374 delta. That's not bad. That's bigger than pretty much most candles. As long as that candle now holds, this area holds, and it doesn't start breaking down again. If it starts breaking down, then we're in the range. And if we're in the range, then I might as well just get out when we're at the top of the range.
Like, but, what's it, like the percentage there, like on the delta? What's all those numbers?
That's like, delta percentage. So really easy. Say the delta is 374, and the volume. So in fact, because you need to know the full amount of volume. How do I edit this? Can I edit? Oh yeah. So if I go to the total volume, also, where is that? Trades, max trades, volume. Here we go. Right. So if you do so basically divide the two, right? So the percentage, how much percent is 374 of 2,221? 16%.
Okay.
That makes sense. So it's the percentage of the total volume, what the delta is. Yeah. And generally a really high percent is you'll see it when like the market's exhausted, right? So like kind of like here where it reached 20%, still not that high to be honest. You kind of had the market slow down and start getting exhausted. But you see it generally, it's a good metric to have. And vice versa. So when you say we were in a downward push and it kind of got exhausted, and now you're seeing like heavier percentages at the bottom going up, kind of good indication that, you know, buyers are coming in with a bit of aggression as well. So it's not bad, pretty decent. But yeah, you got loads of different metrics here. I mean, it's too many. Sure. So you can see that percentage getting quite big, 30%, as these sellers coming in with a bit of aggression, which is annoying. But hopefully, I feel like we're in a range again.
Especially with the point of control just above it. So.
Yeah, we're in a range. You can kind of already see that slowly starting to build that pattern of the range, you know, kind of thing going on. I'll leave it. I'll let it play out. Hopefully it breaks out the range and just goes up within time before the session ends. If not, then I'll just exit. But it's good actually. Those sellers got absorbed quite easily. Nothing on the depth of market really. Yeah, we'll let it play out. But let's have a look at different instruments, see if there's anything interesting. I didn't really see much on other. Oops, what have I done? Click this, and I'll click AUD. Here we go. I'm in a 15-minute. Yeah, there's just nothing. Nothing there. There was something there. How did I miss that one? There's a gap right there. When I came into it. But again, nothing major. I mean, it's not. I'm looking for more like extreme gaps, right? Like the ones furthest away Like this one's nice and far away. Like that would be a great trade. If it got to there, I'll definitely be shorting it. Or if it got to, you know, like down here, where that gap is, right at the bottom, definitely be interested in buying it. You know, the ones in the middle, kind of hit and miss. Kind of looking for the most lowest or highest ones. There might actually be, I see a little one there, but I just want to double check that's legit. Okay. Got a gap there. It's been tested quite a few times though. It's not like the first time it's touched it, and it has already reacted back a few hours ago. So I don't know. I'd rather leave it. If it's already been tested so many times, you kind of missed it, in my opinion. Yeah, there's nothing really there. There's a few gaps at the top here. Again, that's been tested twice. 1, 2. It's not even there yet, so there's nothing there. Oh, there's one right here approaching on EuroCAD. Okay. Okay, that's quite interesting. Definitely warrants a scalp, potentially. And that lines up with that. Yeah, actually, EuroCAD might have something. I will definitely see a scalp coming in here. You can do a really tight stop. What kind of pips are we looking at here? Okay, 10 pips. Maybe 10 pip stop.
Nice little 10-piece meal.
Yeah, 23 pip win. That's got potential actually. EuroCAD. Let's get EuroCAD loaded up. EuroCAD. We'll do a 0.5.
When is the last time, Michael, you trade EuroCAD?
Man, that's a good question. I actively trade EuroCAD though. Like yesterday, I want to say it was close to setting up for me, like really close. I almost took it yesterday, EuroCAD.
I don't think I've ever traded EuroCAD.
Really? That's
never
funny.
in my life. I don't even think I knew EuroCAD existed up until now. Like, that's how little I've ever looked at EuroCAD in my life. Like EuroCAD, I don't know. But who knows? So this is the first time
we actually went over EuroCAD.
Let's see how it.
Yeah, we went over EuroCAD yesterday. I still got the drawings on here from yesterday.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
So I'll send an alert. I don't know whether it will make it in time for the session. Probably not, but we can go over it then tomorrow if it does play out. We have 16 minutes. We're about about halfway there, almost. Come on, boy.
Right, like you're right there. Let's just make it happen.
Go. Just a few big candles. That's all we need. Just a few big candles. You know, just give me that. Give me this nice bullish candle here. Just give me that again. Done.
Same.
That's all it's gonna do. Just one of those.
Sam, you should do like you do to the camera, like take it and then boom.
Right.
Let's measure that candle. Let's see. Would that be enough? Would that be sufficient? That candle? If it just did it now, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly the size I need. Exactly that. That's all I need. I don't want to see red. I just want to see green. Just green, 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 green. Right. Nice 5-minute candle. Boom. Just do it. One swift move up. But who knows?
Yeah. So tomorrow, Friday. So it's last day of the week, Friday, and also of the, let's say, the month, because the 31st will be on
last day of the month,
I think, or Sunday. Yeah. So
last trading day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think tomorrow we will see some crazy moves, because most of the time it's like you have to take it like, for example, hourly candle. The hourly candle, 5 minutes before the close or after the close, sometimes you see some big rejections just on the last few minutes. So now the monthly, like just the last 2 days, we will see maybe the rejection of the monthly candle. That's why the price action will be a little bit different. I don't know, the delta also. So we could, if we would check, if you could check some just the monthly candle
on ES,
just to see on ES, on ES and Q, the monthly candle. So definitely, like, it's good. It start rejecting today. Maybe tomorrow it will continue also. So definitely, like same way on the 1 hour, 5 minutes before the closer. Sometimes we got some retracements before the new monthly candle open. So it will be interesting market tomorrow.
I agree. I think also news-wise, what was it? Yeah, there was nothing really major to look out for, except that M3 money supply. You got to look out for that. That's it's a BMW. Basically, the money supply of all M3 BMW owners measured. They all trade. They're all
That's
big
how they
traders.
got the M3.
Exactly. So when the money supply is low on people who drive M3s, then you know that the market is going to be a bit slower, right? So very important.
You know, you're right. Come on.
What's going on? What just
I can't get this last little jump up either on this GBPUSD to execute this. It's just still sitting right there, like right at the freaking line, y'all.
Oh, this is annoying me now. It stopped at the point of control. Why are you going down? Are you going to actually allow these people to exit? You know you're not. There's way too much money. You're not going to allow these people to exit. So why even do this move? Completely unnecessary. Are they just trying to trap more people into their fake bearish market? Let's have a look what's going on. The annoying thing is I can't actually move my mouse too well. When I've got one of those position things on TradingView, every time I try to scroll, I just move that. So I can't. Let's look at the 5-minute footprint, see what it says. Yeah, it's building up quite a bit of volume right there. What's the depth of market saying? Got buyers lined up right here at 5903. Hopefully that level holds. Where's 5903? So right down here. Maybe that level might hold. Have a bit of a pushback, but I don't know what's going on. Why? I'm probably gonna get stopped out on this one by the looks of it. I don't even know if my stop loss is set correctly, to be honest. I don't know where I set it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, looks like I'm about to take a loss on this one. Where's this volume coming from? Came out of nowhere, that volume. But the thing is, I watch. I can promise you that is the low of the day. Like they're not laying these people out. It's going to do some really silly stuff. Like it's going to come back down and then go up. It's going to do that. It's going to do the most silliest of things. Completely unnecessary. Doesn't need to be done, but it will do it. just to piss off the people trading, you know.
Right. You know how they do too.
We're still well within that zone, so who knows? Maybe.
Mike, I watched a little bit of your Spanish interview. It was, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, Michael.
Oh yeah.
Habla español.
It's the funniest thing. People are like, wait, you gonna have a translator? I'm like, no, I'm the translator.
I am him. I am him.
Yeah, it's me. I have to remind people all the time, like, remember I live in Mexico. Of course I speak some Spanish.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because like I didn't think I knew you lived in Mexico, but I didn't think like Michael would speak Spanish. Like it didn't even occur to me. And then I saw the interview and you're speaking Spanish. I was like, damn. Nice.
Okay.
I get that all the time.
Sam, so you doubt Michael? Yeah, well, Michael is a smart guy.
It's nothing to do with intelligence. It's just I don't know.
I'm joking.
No, I get that all the time, like literally, even here. I've done a very good job of copying their dialect. So they're like, "You speak Spanish?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "What part of Mexico are you from?" I'm like, "I'm not from Mexico." Like, oh, where'd you learn Spanish at? Well, I've been practicing for a long time.
So, did you start learning when you went to Mexico, or was it like something you already learned
before I got here? Like I had tutors. I was the person who took Spanish class seriously in high school. I had exes who spoke Spanish. I mean, yeah, I lived in South Florida for quite a bit. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I like Florida. Been there a few times.
Yeah, I like Fort Lauderdale, South. My brother actually I told you he was down here. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. We dropped him off at the airport this morning. He's going back to Fort Lauderdale. But yeah, I lived in Fort Lauderdale for like 8 years. 2 of those years, no, I lived in Florida for like 10 years. 2 of those years was in Miami, and about 8 years was in Fort Lauderdale. South Miami, majority of people speak Spanish. Like you think you're in Mexico, you live down there.
Oh yeah.
The signs are in Spanish and everything.
Yeah, no, 100%. Check this out real quick. I'm not actually stopped down. I must have had my stop a little bit lower than TradingView, so I'm still in it. But if it was accurate, look at that to the T.
Got you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Aymane. Yeah. What did you tell the market maker? Because that's too suspicious right now.
No, don't do it.
That's a little bit suspicious there, Aymane. What did you say? It's almost like they knew exactly where my stop was.
I didn't see. Yeah, because for me, I follow TradingView, so it told them at 5899.5.
Yeah.
But you tricked me on this one.
Go there. Amen. You and your market makers. And the moment I pointed it out, now it's starting to go back down again. So you told him, "Oh, guys, we didn't actually stop him out. We need to go a little bit lower. Come back." We made a mistake. Bring it back down again. Just
imagine it will happen. You will get, and then
Aymane, 2 can play at this game. I might just cancel the stop loss order. Where are you going to bring it now?
Margin call.
We'll see who gives up first. I'll hold. I'll hold throughout the whole month if I have to.
I will add more cash to my account, so it will not get liquidated.
Well, I don't think this trade is really going to do anything in time for, what do you call it? For the end of the session.
Oh, yeah, we got 5 minutes.
Stop a little bit low. I like that. to reflect the reality of what's going on. But yeah, I mean, I'm still confident we're going to go up. It's going to take its time. So I'll let it play out. It'll either stop me out or hit my take profit, one or the other. So, it's starting to make its way up again. So again, it was just doing silly stuff. Complete unnecessary. Yeah. What can you do? That's the market, unfortunately.
It
Sometimes
sure is.
it likes to play with you. You just have to hold. I seem to have stopped at that zone. What is that zone? Why have I got that marked there? I marked it for a reason, but I don't know why. What did I see there that is so important? I have no idea, to be honest.
There is a low volume node.
Yeah, 3 days ago there was a low volume node, and then there was a drop off of volume at the bottom of it. So, all right, not bad. Fair enough. It's a good area to keep. Oh, the computer's going really slow. I'm trying to zoom in. What the hell happened here? Why is it missing so many candles?
Like
what's going
like
on?
A gap.
Yeah, but why? It's supposed. What?
If you could,
it's missing a whole hour. It's
Yeah.
missing literally an hour of time. What is going on? I don't know. Aymane, tell your boys to hold off. Tell them to turn around. We got 3 minutes of the live stream. Are you really gonna stop me out 3 minutes before the live stream, Aymane? Are you that savage? At least let me survive till the end. Let me fight a good fight. There we go. Thank you. Go up a bit.
It's going up now. It's going. It's
not going to do anything for the end, so we shall leave it there. We'll come back tomorrow, see what happens. See what Robert said. Maybe Friday could be a casino account. It's not looking good. I don't know. I just got back here, but if you were on NQ, let's see if NQ has the same missing hour. Probably not. This is the reality. I don't know what the hell that hour that. I think that's just more the platform. It's a new platform trying out new charting solution, meant to be a good competitor against TradingView. I thought, okay, I'll give them a go. Got some cool tools built in. Why not? Test out their footprint. Exactly. And there's a few things I like about it. I like the whole, you can see the percentages and all that. So
yeah,
worth trying out, worth keeping up there. The more the merrier. But we're almost at time. What platform? It's called Go Charting. Go Charting. I think they're quite new.
Go Charting. Okay, I will check it out.
Yeah. Doesn't look too bad. Obviously not affiliated in any way.
Right. Make sure you put that disclaimer.
I secretly built it myself. I'm like, yeah, great platform.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, that is time. Yeah, great session. Could have been better
as
for
always.
Me if Aymane wasn't sabotaging my trades. But
sweet.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Michael. Great session, Aymane. Like always. I think we are tomorrow, same session.
Yep.
Yeah.
Check you guys tomorrow. Good one, Robert. Have a good one. Take care. Be safe out there.
Take care, Robert.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.
All right, now.
Bye.